Yo, people of the YouTube intro. I'm back once again asking for your viewing support as I continue playing Umineko. Now, I know it's been a minute. How you doing, Ozzy? It's been a little minute. It's been a minute. But there's reasons for that. Reason number one, AEW Forbidden Door pay-per-view. Didn't want to talk over that show because that pay-per-view was absolutely fantastic and I would have ruined it. And then reason number two is I had to work on Sunday, so that meant no stream. But that just means we're streaming today. Anyway, so either way, more Umineko. That's just about the course for it. But got some things to say, got some things to show before we actually get to the meat and potatoes. Let me load up YouTube Studios real quick, because yes, I have that. Shouts out for a few things. Shouts out on a few things about my YouTube channel that if you're watching this on right now on Twitch, it's YouTube channel of Saberleaf. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're already on my channel. Just subscribe already if you're new, or like the video if you're not. Simple as that. Can't really do much more for you on that one. But we broke 50 subscribers. Shouts out. Didn't think I would ever do that, especially since I was stuck at 31 for a minute. I was stuck at 31 for a while, but we broke 50. It's nice to hear. Shouts out to all you people who made the re-upload of episode 1 of Umineko break 100 views. First gameplay video to break 100 views. Shouts out on that one. And because of that Batman video that I have on my channel, more than likely, because that has half of the number. In fact, let's see how much it technically actually has. It has 8.8 thousand. On that stupid Batman skip video, 8.8 thousand. I don't like that. But what can I do? Either way, despite it being 8.8 thousand, the amount of views that I have in total on my channel is now broken 10,000 views. That means 10,000 people have at least clicked on a video to look at it for 5 seconds and then go, you know what, this ain't good, and then turn it off. Which is probably what they did for everything before my, what episode number was this? Oh, of course, I didn't put the episode number on it. Oh no, the Yakuza video where I started kind of clickbaiting the titles a tiny bit. Just putting the titles better than making them like a show name. Putting them like personally. Where it's not like clickbait because something like that actually happens in the video. Now, we're going to start off with something. I've prepared something for this stream because of what Ozzy told me on Discord to do. That was to get a Sherlock outfit. Now, I don't have a Sherlock outfit, but I did the next best thing I could get in the small amount of time that I had before this stream. So you're going to see full cam, because yes, I have a full cam now of my webcam. Won't probably be a webcam in this video, but who knows. So I'm going to switch over to that, because yes, I actually have reset up my keyboard configuration so I don't fuck up Umineko. But full cam. I got the shaggy shirt that I had to turn a shirt inside out on. And Scooby snacks. Like Zoink Scoob. Scoob's dead. Yeah, witches can exist, but I'm extremely frightened by them because of Scooby-Doo outfit and Scooby snacks. Exactly. But yeah, Scoob's dead. That's not a meme. That's reality. We had to put him down, man. Anyway, back to this. Well, we're not really starting soon, so I might as well talk like this now. I have a video that I've put on Reddit. I posted it to a subreddit. I would recommend not following my Reddit because I don't do anything on it. I don't have my own subreddit. I don't have anything. So, it's just whatever. I'm going to play this video because it's something wacky. As people who know me know, and as people who don't know me also know, I watch wrestling, so I play the wrestling games. So I'm going to pull this video up. We're going to cut to the live scene. I'm trying on display capture here, so here's the video that I got. Alright, audio is on. So, this is a match between The Way and Legado del Fantasma, with Candice LeRae and Raul Mendoza in the back. Let me turn on desktop audio now so you can hear the commentators. Well, you know what? The commentators don't really matter in this scenario. I'm going to be talking over them because there's no music on this anyway. It's literally just the commentators, and you don't even need the audio for this. So out comes The Way. Candice LeRae is supposed to have a bandage on her because she hurt her shoulder. And then this happens. Like, what the fuck? Why? Why did this happen? I don't understand why this happened. Yeah. Remember, she's supposed to have a bandage on her. But instead, I'm going to say this. Watch her eyes on the left. Or on the right. Watch her eyes on the right. Right at the end here. Her eyes go, like, look at them. They're, like, pointed in different directions. Like, those eyes are, like, hilarious. Oh, that's not it. Your game is haunted. That's what I said on Reddit. It's haunted by a demon. It ain't over. It happened to the other team, too. Like, actually, dude has completely black eyes. It's just crazy. This is the first time I've seen something like this in any wrestling game. Now I'm going to skip. As you can tell, when we actually get into the match, they're all normal. Oh, when I saw it, I was just laughing. I was just like, oh my god, I need to post this on this, like, Reddit that I know of right now. I wasn't freaked out. And then, of course, I paused it. This was captured. I'm not going to tell you where this was captured, because you don't need to know. Now I'm going to go back to full cam while I get other things set up. So, hello, we're back in full cam. I need to actually open the game because I had this set up. It would not do window capture. It would only do display capture on this. So, I only had to display it. So, let me actually load up Umineko. If I can, man, I should really, like, actually put it somewhere else. Nope, that's not it. That's it right there. There we go. Now it's loading up. We got it going. Probably no webcam. I'm going to deactivate this one, though, real quick. Just in case I want to activate the one in the live scene. Who knows? We might get some real crazy shit where I have to, like, activate it and do something. But for now, there's no need for a full webcam at the moment. So live scene time. Bam! Hold on. Display capture's on, but I'm gonna pop on this. There we go. Now it's on game capture. So Umineko time. I'm trying to remember where we left off. Something touched my hand, I think. Maybe that was the ghost. Huh, maybe. Wait, while this was going on, some people followed me recently on Twitch, so I'm going to shout them out. We got Bedwards on June 20th following me. No! Here it is. Hit the V, brother! Uncommon Singular Guy following me 7 hours ago. No! You're gonna see this video one more time. Hit the V, brother! And then, Kikarono from 3 hours ago. No! Here it is. Hit the V, brother! Yes. Well, Beatrice doesn't exist, but the 19th person does. Just so you know. There is a 19th person. I'm full on that theory. She convinced Shannon. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I made the establishment of every time the glass breaks, that's the mirror. As far as I know, there's really not much else. As far as I know. I'm gonna open the Scooby snacks now that I already opened, because before I was streaming I was a little hungry, so I started eating them anyway. And anytime little ASMR for you. Anytime I make something that I think is a good deduction, I'm gonna reach down, I'm gonna grab me a Scooby snack. Is it still called Scooby snacks? No, it's not. These used to be called Scooby snacks. Like, actually, just straight Scooby snacks. But apparently, I guess people thought those were actual dog treats. I don't know. Somebody commented on, I gotta, like, show that I'm up on top of people commenting on my shit. So I gotta quick... I don't know, to be honest. Make sure my phone's turned down. I gotta upvote this dude's comment because he replied to me on Reddit about the promotion that I did for Umineko. Okay, I follow some weird shit on there. Fringe theory. Apparently somebody blew up the Georgia Monument Waystones or whatever the fuck they are. And of course people are going, the Illuminati! They're destroying our way of society! Because of course they are. Anyway, Illuminati is guaranteed in this game. Beatrice just ate some biscuits from Okinawa. I remember that one. Okay, I was confused because all of a sudden that was because he succeeded. Oh, wait, yeah. I remember this line now from the last time that I played. She's talking about how she liked Kinzo. Or something like that. I don't know. I know it's about Kinzo. Magician? He's Chris Angel? He's making you disappear? The witch, who usually looked down on people, was uncharacteristically offering her praise, which she lambasted him by saying he had no talent. She praised his efforts. I don't like this full cam being on. I don't like seeing the webcam thing on for this, but I'm gonna leave it. Because if I want to do a quick switch, like me reacting to something, bam, do it right there. No, wait. That's dumb. Hold on. You're gonna see full cam real quick. I could deactivate it here and then activate it here, so it's like in a small corner. So hold on a second while I do that. Here you see a black screen. And I'm going back to the live scene. I think you're gonna see a not so black screen. Hello, I'm up in the corner now. In case I need to be up in the corner for something crazy that's happening so I can talk to you directly. But for now, you don't need to see me. At the moment. Who knows? What do I have to... Okay, you know what? We're just gonna leave that. I have randomly 2 webcam sources here, but we'll leave it. See, the one thing that I care about here is, where's the gold? I want that gold. I don't care about solving this mystery. I want that money. I feel like there's about to be me speaking. Yep. Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this had been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. Oh, we're getting the rules of the contract. All right, I think. Are we not getting the rules? That's why I want that mountain. I'm gonna say it's this. I remember we're going complete clean slate with the characters except for Beatrice because she doesn't exist. So she doesn't matter. I can hate her all I want because she's not real. But everyone else, clean slate. So right now, Shannon is number 1. And I'm not going to be surprised if she dies literally right now because I said that. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch, and received the gold, in actuality it was all rambling that no one believed in. And now, Shannon having this story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew. Like furniture, as in, i.e. Kanon, Shannon, Genji, Goda. I'm surprised they even remembered that guy, because it's been a while since I saw him, and Kumasawa. Those objects? I know I'm gonna regret saying what I was going to say, so I'm not gonna say it until I forget that I don't want to say it, and I just say it anyway. So I'm just gonna leave it. I'm trying not to get too out of context. The single element. She seemed to remember the witch using that word before. You know what? I guess I have to say it. I guess you're the object I want. All right, there you go. That's what I was gonna say. I didn't want to say it, but I'm saying it. So, and of course, naturally, this is where it's going. He literally wants her. That's what's going on. At this point, Kinzel's like, I have everything. Except your ass. And we're just gonna leave it at that. Awkward silence. Fantastic. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to worry. I'm gonna tell you right now, Kinzel got some competition with me. She might not be real, but that don't mean nothing else is real about her. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna shut up now. And we're just gonna move past that. What did he make you do? Oh, he pushed you on the island. I thought you were saying like something different. I thought you were talking about he forced me to love him. He forced me to, like, be married to him or some shit like that. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger and made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. I don't know either. I'm looking that up now. Self-derision. Fuck. Stop with these fucking words. Classic thesaurus. Shame resulting from strong dislike of yourself or your actions. Self-hatred is also another word for it. Okay, so she kind of hates herself? I don't know. What? These words are too big, man. I literally dressed up as Shaggy for a bit. I'm not that good with lexicons. Except I use the word lexicon. And vernacular sometimes. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could she could more or less figure out the situation. And it was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily, not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzel's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. And she had lost her power in her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch. My God, the mirror freed her. Shannon broke that mirror and released Beatrice into the world. I'm guessing. It's not a good enough guess yet. I'm just assuming. This isn't something I'm 100% on. And Shannon helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. Exactly. Shannon helped free her a tiny bit by breaking that mirror. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this. I don't think that's the main thing that should be being said there. A portal to another dimension of hell. I want to know what the various things are. I'm assuming murder, suicides. As we all know, wavelengths got a match. Oh wow, she wasn't even important enough to be targeted by the mirror. It serves her right. She thinks she's important. She's not. If it's something about soup.
厨房でまさに料理されているとする。ところがいざ配膳しようとしたら、客席は日本風で懐石料理が並べられている場だった。だから厨房は場違いな皿を出せず。わらわのところへは
I feel like they would just serve it to you anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? If I'm making food for somebody that they ordered, I'm giving them the food.
日本風の客席を打ち壊し、場を一度白紙に戻させたのだ。そのおかげでようやくわらわの注文した料理が届き、力が戻ったという。
No, you can't. You can just say that your power came back.
ようやく食前酒が届いたという。
What the fuck is aperitif?
メインディッシュにはまだまだ遠い。今のわらわなど。
Oh my god. Shannon, I'm gonna have to cut you off real quick. I need to know right now, what the fuck is aperitif? An alcoholic drink taken before a meal to stimulate the appetite. I play video games. I'm not gonna know what the fuck aperitif is.
Aperitif.
Oh, it's aperitif. My bad. It's not aperitif, it's aperitif. I gotta get a little more fancier with that one. Aperitif. Oh, aperitif. You know what, Beatrice? I've said this once. I'll say it again. Kiss my ass. Aperitif. I'm never gonna get over that word. It's like the other one that I read. Inexorable. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea.
昔は残酷極まりないことで知られたわらわだったが、丸くなったものよ。人間とこうしてたわいない話で茶を交わせるようになるのだから。
She's probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again.
雲が出てきたな。 海も精彩をかけば灰色の水たまりに過ぎぬ。そうでしょうか。曇っても海は美しくて真っ青だと思います。
Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup.
もはやそなたの両目に埋められているのは
What do you mean?
いい石ころではないらしい。
What do you mean, her pupils? Her pupils?
どうだ？家具から人間に生まれ変わった気持ちは理解できておるか？はい。世界がこんなにも優しかったなんて。
What do you mean? It's the same world you were in. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Or often, if you're weird. Her smile had made everything go smoothly and even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Krauss, who rarely exchanged word with her, had suddenly started talking to her. So, first of all, my caps lock is on for some reason. I'm gonna turn that off. I didn't turn it on when I looked up aperitif. French noises. Also, this is kind of different than the first episode. Because Shannon isn't making a mistake. Well, I don't know how often she made mistakes. I was Badler. I just randomly showed up. Now I'm getting a little more info.
何か良いことでもあったのかね。
いえ、でも楽しい毎日です。はい。
良いことじゃないか。同じコーヒーなら笑顔で継がれた方がうまいに決まっている。
I'm gonna pour that with a smile on your lap. Just to burn you. That'd become a chance for Shan to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice. But she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn from furniture to a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human.
珍しい茶化をしそうになったな。有意義な時間であった。そろそろ仕事に戻らねばならぬ時間であろう。茶会はこれまでにしよう。そなたとわらわが茶を飲むことを好かん者も多い。
What, canon? The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. After that, it was launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush. Excited for a lot more canon screen time soon. Well, he was my guy back in episode 1, but things have changed. It is now episode 2. So that means he has to regain my like. He has to regain me going, oh my god, he's amazing. But the bush shook violently and Kanan came out. It seemed he had been there for some time watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. Beatrice, it's too soon to gouge the forehead, so you gotta calm down there, okay? It's too soon. You gotta wait there.
安心せよ。茶会はこれで終わるぞ、カノン。
いつからそこにいたの？声をかけてくれればカノン君の紅茶も入れたのに。
女同士の語らいを邪魔したくなかったのであろう。
Well, you're not real, so you I feel like I would get canceled if I even remotely finished that sentence, so I'm not even going to. Cannon kept silent, but there seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. Like I said, I feel like I would get canceled if I finished that one statement, so we're not even going to finish it. Out of context or not, it would not work. On the outside, he acted with respect, but unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards all at once. They then scattered in every direction and the cleanup was already done.
楽しかったぞ、シャノン。また縁があれば会おうぞ。まだまだ魔力が足りぬでな。姿を現すのも疲れる。
そんなに疲れるなら二度と現れるな。
Cannon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled but did not reply.
シャノン。
Cannon started climbing. He started climbing a little bit more by just saying, "Never come back." You tell this 19th person who's dressed as Beatrice.
次の茶会ではジョージとの話をまた聞かせておくれ。
Well, no, this is to me this is just hallucinatory drugs that like Kinzo is
それでは。
that Kinzo is having them pour for him, but they're taking a little sip too. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Cannon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers.
姉さん、あいつと付き合っちゃダメだって言ったじゃないか。
So one was because Badlers was on shrooms the entire time. Nah, he wasn't on shrooms. He wasn't on drugs. Cause did he ever see the witch? No. I never got shown the witch at the end of episode 1, so I'm assuming he didn't see him. He didn't see Beatrice either. And he was aiming the gun at just a shadow. So in reality, the only people on drugs here who got spiked are these two. And Maria. But Maria could be seeing this person because they appeared to her as Beatrice, so every time they see him, they look like Beatrice. I don't know what's going on through Maria's minds. Maria seems to be, how should we put it, not as what society would call normal. Man, dodging unpolitically correct statements is pretty difficult when you were raised in the 2000s, where saying certain words was okay until it wasn't anymore. We're just gonna continue. You both are high. Kinzo's making you drink some shit. Because these are the only three I know who have seen this person confirmed. Shannon, Cannon, Maria. Because hell, I don't even think Kinzo saw her. Or at least we weren't told. There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. To Cannon, who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Cannon looked excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, fell silent. Because she's an hallucination. I know, I am. Trust me, I am. Why do you think I got the shirt on, huh? Because I'm solving clues. I'm solving mysteries. That's what... Keep it up, this is so fun. I'll try. I'm wearing the shirt for a reason. That's what that webcam is for. That webcam is for me to do shit to the camera. Cannon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head. That's what that webcam is for me to do stupid shit with the camera. You know, when the focus should be on me and not the game. Right now, the game is in focus with my commentary. I essentially, you know what, there's styles that I have taken inspiration from that you may or may not figure out eventually, but to be honest, I don't know. But that webcam on, webcam off is definitely an inspiration from somebody who also streams. So that's why I do it that way at the moment. Oh no, I could just turn webcam on all the time at some point. You know, give this webcam actual reason to exist in this whole scenario. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind. Shannon, so here's the character list right now. Top 3 favorite characters at the moment for episode 2. All-time favorite character, that'll be determined by the end of this. At the end of everything. But top 3 characters right now. Shannon, Cannon, because he doesn't like the witch, and that'll always get me to like a character. And probably... Huh, I don't know. Do I have a third one? George and Jessica are tied. There you go. That's the top 3 for now. Cannon, you're gonna make me not like you. Cannon, you're gonna drop down to number 3. You can't shut down Shannon like this. That's fucked up. Cannon, don't do it. Don't do it, Cannon. Alright, Cannon, you're number 3 now. Cannon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witch. Shannon picked up on that quickly.
ジョージ様と一緒に旅行に行くなんて家具の身の程を忘れてるよ。姉さんは
Alright, Cannon, you're down to number 4 now.
自分が人間になれたと勘違いしてるだけなんだ
You
よ。
were doing well, Cannon, but
聞いて
you
カノン
can't
君
stop
確かに
crapping
私たちは家具だよ。人
on
間に
Shannon.
起こった未満の存在。でもその満たない分をもし得られた
Shannon,
ら
don't listen to him. You're human. Cannon just hates himself too much. I know, and that ruins a part of his character.
ありはしない。
Why did I don't know why I turned off auto. I thought it was
それ
something
を
I
見た
read.
なら私たちは家具なんかじゃない。
That's why Cannon kinda is not number 1.
バカバカしい。
He became number 1
もうなんか
when he tried to kill Beatrice in the first episode. Cannon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. That's why he became number 1 in episode 1, because he tried to kill Beatrice. He tried to kill the intruder that's killing Shannon, that's killing everybody. He's like, I'm tired of your game. You're playing mine now. And he was just fantastic. But when he hates himself, it's like, what do you want me to do? Enjoy a character who's like, I'm trash. No, I need a redemption on Cannon. Shannon right now is number 1 because I'm the 0 on your roulette. Exactly. He's like, he's a set, like that was him being a badass. That was his one-liner. That was action movie level shit. So that's why he became number 1. But right now he's like bottom because he's not that. I know what he can be, and him just not liking himself all the time is kind of like, it's kind of just me sitting here going, I know what you can become. All I'm waiting for is when he does it. Why'd you put we? We'll see what happens. Yeah, dude, I need to see it. I need to see it. I need to see it. I need to see him going nuts in order for him to be number 1. But again, clean slate. Cannon just exists. Shannon is number 1 favorite character. So technically also best girl in terms of default. By default, best character equals Shannon, so best girl is Shannon. That's just how that one works. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days, he'd lived as furniture. His heart was firmly sealed.
なれるよ。カノン君も普通の人間に。
Come on, Cannon. Agree.
よしてよ。魔女の受け売りは。
ベアトリーチェ様に教えて
I
もら
have a
ったの。
love-hate relationship with Cannon right now.
世界の
He's saying that, shut up about the witch, that's just her doing this, so stop. And that's why I like him, but I hate him because he's not, you know, he's not where he would be. He's not where he needs to be. He's not mentally good.
姉さんが
I
何を
need
言
to
って
see
いるの
that
かわから
character
ないね。
change.
よまよい事なら聞きたくないよ。
ならカノン君にも分かるように教えてあげるね。ほら姉さんの指の先を見て。
Shannon quietly pointed at the sea towards the horizon. Without blank, it cannot be seen. What? All I know is this. Shannon, are you pointing at... Maybe I shouldn't say this. You know, fuck it, I don't care. It's a funny joke. Shannon, are you You know what? I fucking ruined the joke anyway. I should have just said it. I don't want to say it anymore because it's not that good of a joke. I had a second thought. I was gonna mention something about how she was pointing at like Iggy, Avdol, and Kakyoin in the clouds, but I fucking ruined that joke by stopping and thinking, should I say a spoiler for JoJo? I don't care. This ain't making it in the video anymore. I ruined that one. I'll try and make that joke later, but I questioned myself. Kanon didn't understand what she meant and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle.
カノン君は海が何色に見える？
Blue. It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Kanon tried to guess at the meaning behind it. Blue. But he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently.
パッとしないネズミ色だよ。
Last time I saw it was blue, Kanon. I don't know. You colorblind? You got cataracts? You seeing okay?
それが何？
Objectively speaking, the sea laid out beneath a cloudy sky could probably be best described by Kanon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly.
私には真っ青に見える。
That doesn't look gray to me. I don't know about you, but I guess
そういう意味。
that looks blue.
緑色の信号を青っていうようなものでしょ。
違うの。海は真っ青。私には分かってカノン君には分からないなら、これがつまりそういうことなの。
Kanon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while. She's calling you dumb, Kanon. That's what she's doing. She's calling you, loser, you don't know the color of the sea?
わからないよ。
You don't understand how light works on the eyes? As Kanon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Shannon softly said something there. It was that magic brooch which she had received from Beatrice. I thought she was going to give that to Jessica, but she gave it to Kanon. This is why Shannon's best character right now. A magic charm shaped like a gold butterfly that could bring love to fruition.
あいつの。
ううん。これは私の。だから私だと思って粗末にしないで。
After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Kanon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Kanon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their
これ
hands.
は本当の魔法の力を持ったお守り。きっとカノン君に大切な気持ちを教えてくれると思うの。
あいつの魔法で教えられることなんて。
That's just something the witch told you. Throws it into the ocean.
あるの。
Then the fish find love.
身につけて。
Happy
恥
ending.
ずかしければ懐に忍ばせておくだけでもいいそうなの。
バカバカしい。あいつの魔法なんかに惑わされてたまるか。
Even as he said that, Kanon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Kanon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd proved that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back.
きっとカノン君は大切なことを学べるよ。きっと人間になれるから。そうすればきっとカノン君にもこの海が美しい青に見えるに違いない。
ネズミ色は何度見たってネズミ色さ。
違うよカノン君。そう見えるのは愛がないから。
What? Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she just said. You mind repeating that? So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the word. Love? Really? She spoke once more of the world where it existed, where the sea was deep blue.
きっとカノン君にも真っ青な海が見えるよ。だって
Oh, I'm tired of all this love shit. Without love, it cannot be seen.
そこにいるのは誰か。
The homie, the best voice actor, is back. That's how we do it. It's the big man himself, Kinzo.
カノンです。親方様。
It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. Oh, the fact that he had didn't mean. There we go. He may have left the study because of a change in mood. But that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Kanon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research.
はい天気予報ではいつ雨があってもおかしくないと傘をお持ちいたしましょうか
それには及ばんしばらく私を放っておくがいい息子たちに聞かれても所在は知らぬ
Yes, sir.
私は自らの思考を巡る旅で忙しい
かしこまりましたそれでは失礼いたします
Before Kanon finished bowing, Kinzo and Ori returned to his own world, having forgotten Kanon's presence completely. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times.
ベアトリーチェお前の微笑みに手が届かぬどうすればよみがえるのかどうすれば再び微笑んでくれるのか何が足りぬ研究か資料か触媒かそれとも魔力か運気か信託かベアトリーチェどうすればお前の面影をもう一度見ることが
That drink definitely is some form of drug concoction. As Kanon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Kanon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. Because Beatrice's expression was sorrowful, or maybe pitying. Beatrice, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've said this a million times at this point, you aren't real.
愚かな金蔵わらわはここにいるというのに見えぬのか
Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet Kinzo didn't notice anything. We're establishing, forming clues together. So Kinzo, based off of what I've heard, what I've seen, apparently Beatrice was around the whole time. Throughout everything, and Kinzo just couldn't see her because of lack of love, because that's the element, but I still don't think that's what cannot be seen, because Kanon doesn't have any love for the witch, but he can still see her. So no, maybe he can see her. Maybe Kanon can see her because he loves Shannon as a sister so much that it kind of rubbed off on him. You know what? That reasoning requires a Scooby snack. They're hard to chew. It's like biting into a brick. And they're not stale. I bought these 2 days ago. Alright, theory formed. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice. Scooby snacks are vital for improving brain power for theory forming. Exactly. Why do you think Shaggy ate them too? Scooby could talk. Do you think Scooby could talk before he ate Scooby snacks? No. So obviously, Scooby snacks improve your brain. When do these expire? Did I just buy an expired box? No, these are good until January.
無駄よ金蔵
They're just really hard.
見えない
Cannon took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now? They could get rid of become and say would he be able to glimpse something? They could remove the come. You can quote that.
愛がなければ見えない
Again, what is it? If it is Beatrice, then Kinzo doesn't have enough of it, which somehow is a thing. Which somehow is a thing that Kinzo doesn't love Beatrice enough. So I'm assuming it is something else, and if it's not, that's kind of dumb that Kinzo can't see her, but makes for the story. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. School Culture Festival! Thinking emoji. The biggest fall event for the Ushiromiya family was the family conference in October. But to Jessica, there was another major event that came before that, the School Cultural Festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. And this is where all of her friends were like, yo, we're gonna bring our boyfriends. And Jessica was like, oh, I'll definitely have one at that point, but she doesn't. For today's cultural festival, she formed a group with her friends, and had announced that they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She had prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. But there was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices.
嘘ひなの彼氏超イケてんじゃん
マジすごくないマジすごくない
B の彼氏すっごい頭良さそうあれでド S メガネなのマジ本当
ダメダメうちの旦那ギャル男だし
It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special only one. Jessica, you need to hop on something, alright? You have many friends of the opposite sex, but you ain't tried once. They ain't tried once? I doubt that. You need to take action. You're complaining about no boyfriend, but I guarantee you, all of them want in your pants. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She'd somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival.
ジェシー彼氏来た
Not yet.
いやまだ来てねえみてえだぜ
That school uniform looks like shit. Green is not a good color. Wait.
ジェシーの彼氏どんな人なのせめてヒントだけでも出してよ
But I'm wearing green. What the fuck?
何系何系
すごいよね社会人なんでしょスーツとかで来る
Oh, he's a working man. He's on the railroad. What the the railroad?
でも本当は
Chewy, I'm a working man. I got me them
素直に
pigs.
白状したら私の仲間に入れてあげるって一緒にこの文化祭を
If Cannon shows up, Cannon is #1 character.
いやい
Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. Because she wants somebody to show up. She's like, oh, will they show up?
なら彼氏さんの偽物を立てて連れて行くというのはどうでしょうか。
Shannon knows. Shannon knows the trick.
偽物？誰を？そんな。
I got just the man right here. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Even so, it was probably more realistic than the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival.
例えばですが、カノン君なんてどうでしょう。
カノン君？
Yes.
ダメダメ。てか。
Yes way.
文化祭では
Jose.
仕事に決まってるぜ。迷惑かけちゃ悪いしさ。
もちろん予定表も確認済みです。カノン君はその日お休みになって。
Shannon playing matchmaker right here.
こんな時ばっかり容量がいいのだ。
Shannon number 1.
じゃなくて、休みならもっと悪いぜ。せっかくの休みを私の見栄のために引っ張り出せないよ。
カノン君は引っ張り出されないといっつも閉じこもってばかりいますので、無理に引っ張ります。
He won't know love, and he can't see it.
そうなの？いや、でもカノン君に悪い。
なら晩作つきますね。おとなしく彼氏はいませんと白状なされてはいかがでしょうか。それは肩身の狭い思いをなされるでしょうね。
Man, Shannon is turned manipulative.
長い間を耐え忍ばれるだけでございますし、愛し合う恋人同士にとって独り者のひがみ顔が何にも勝る甘い蜜なのです。
シャノン、私のために本気で悩んでないでしょ。おちょくってるでしょ。
Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary, but Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile.
はい。
Okay, good. There's no weird website watermark in the corner. I feel like this is the start of a certain film.
私とジョージ様のことを茶化してばかりのお嬢様への仕返しです。
Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant, but right now she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with her cushion later.
いいじゃないですか、お嬢様。文化祭ではありますが、カノン君と一緒に遊びに行くチャンスですよ。
いや、それはそうだけど。いや。
Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red, and she grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends, and they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. What? I don't need this information. How old are they right now? If they're in the middle of what? You know what? I can't act like I know female puberty, because I am not female, despite what you may think. This is not female. So you know what? I can't say anything. We're just going to continue. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. And Shannon heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it would probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, this story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever, so let's dive in! Jessica had been thinking about Cannon ever since he showed up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rockinjima, so maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Cannon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Kanan a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since before they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Kanan.
カノン君をデートに連れ出せるいい機会じゃありませんか。
でもカノン君にだって好きな人とかいるかもしれないし、私なんかの見えっ張りに付き合わせたら気を悪くするぜ。
お嬢様のような素直じゃない方を何でしたっけ、ジョージ様に習いました。そうそう、ツンドラとか言うそうですよ。あと十数年かすると流行るんだそうですよ。
へえ、さすがジョージ兄さんだな。未来のトレンドがわかるのかよ。
Hold on just a minute. George, did you really predict Tsundere's? Blue and green. The color of Ao. Okay, makes sense. Blue Exorcist is called Ao no Exorcist, so... In Japanese, has a range of meanings including pale, fresh, young, naive, and the colors blue and green, in one word. The sea and sky are Ao, fresh grass is Ao, and so is the green on a traffic light. Nowadays, Japanese have a native word, Midori, for the color green, but the use of the broad word Ao is still very common, and this is the color Shannon uses to refer to the sea. Kanan wonders if she is using Ao to mean something other than blue. Tsundora is the word tundra converted into the Japanese sound system. It is used as a pun and a reference to the term tsundere, which is a well-known character personality trait in fictional Japanese works. Tsundere is composed of two words, tsun and dere, meaning respectively aloof or cranky and love-struck. It is used to describe characters that demonstrate an aggressive and or cold behavior, but then become all lovey-dovey under some circumstances. You son of a bitch, George! I don't like this now. I don't want to read about tsunderes. I don't give a shit about them. I swear to God, if this hits me with the other well-known one of yandere, I'm done. Yeah, you know what, to be honest, people love you now. What? Took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Kanan pretend to be her boyfriend. Look, that's all I care about at this point. It's the cultural festival. Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Kanan always looked sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former. All that confidence and effort she built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Kanan sighed. Jessica thought that he was exasperated with her and her face went pale. You sly dog, Shannon, you sly dog.
Shannon から当日は特にお嬢様にお仕えするよう厳命されております。僕は高校には行ったことがないのでわかりませんが、何でも男性の付き人がいないと大変肩身が狭い場だとか、後ろ宮本家令嬢が庶民の劣ることがあってはならないと特に厳命されておりますので。
Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and a broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Kanan watched this, he sighed again. Cannon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him, but to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. And that brooch was in his pocket. Could this strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. What did Shannon see that I cannot? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. As if we could ever become anything more. It was a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Cannon, who sighed deeply. What? She's got the Hulk color scheme. As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent even to me. Did I really just say, sorry, who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up? Ah, it's useless. It's useless. My mind's going blank. I just heard the thingy. The thingamajig. Something just did something. Aha! This is why it went off. But I'm assuming this is the same. It seems to be, but that's why it went off. Alright. Cannon got drip. He do. He do got some drip. I'll be honest, he do got the drip. Cannon's number one. He got that drip. What? What do you mean by that one? Kinda. I mean, it's like a full-on trench coat. He's got the Danhausen drip. He's got the Danhausen drip. Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed and everyone's interested gazes were hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Cannon thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming. What the fuck, Cannon? You ruined it. The nuke just went off. The United States are here. We gotta get out of here. By By the time Cannon opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched from the atomic blast that just rang out behind the classroom. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Cannon's eyes opened. What the Are we sure Jessica is, like, popular? She must be famous because she's a fucking delinquent.
とにかくステージの方に行こう。
She just has brass knuckles.
私たちの出番はもうすぐだからしばらく席で待っててよ。私たちは準備あるからさ。この先突き当たりまで行けば仮設舞台があるからわかるぜ。そこで待ってて。
She pushed Cannon's back as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself and chased him out. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky state, which he'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly.
ささ、見たね。見たでしょ。満足した。ざまあねえぜ。賭けに負けた。絶対ジェシに彼氏なんかいないと思ってたのに。彼氏じゃないんでしょ。使用人へのパワハラでしょ。
That one girl knows. I don't know who she is, but she's just as smart as me in this situation.
いや、かわしいぜ。ほらほら、準備準備。
When Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, everyone energetically returned to their tasks. We need a referee here. Cannon went down the corridor Jessica had shown him and ran into a temporary stage set up where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Disliking that clatter, he leaned against a wall in the darkness by himself. He's turning emo! So this is what they call high school. It sure is noisy. That's what Cannon thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times was the highest virtue. In that sense, it was very hard for Cannon to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master. So he also had to report about Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family. The master, Kraus-sama, and especially Natsuhi-sama, will probably be angry. If I am to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? Cannon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsuhi's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuhi-sama, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? That's probably for the best. Several female students kept glancing at me. It seems they're all whispering the same thing Milady's school friend said, and it's truly unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you'd better watch out because lots of strange people will come and talk to you. No! Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this? Ah, it worked! Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. There's no way I'll ever come to a place like this again. Kanon sighed for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. And unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so he tried using that as a footstool. So, it's a high school cultural festival, but there's a fucking beer case in the school? What? Jessica's a delinquent, she put that there. When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. My first thought when I saw this was, well, at least that stupid meme. Oh, alright. Their leader is Milady. She's changed into stage clothes and she's even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. I can play air guitar, but that doesn't mean I can play the guitar that I have. Natsu Isama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. So this is funny because this isn't her original outfit. It was changed because she originally cosplayed a character and played a song. Hold on. Just a second. Got to confirm. Okay. So it's not what I think it is. Because I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it before. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school far away from Natsuhi-sama's praying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuhi-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuhi-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she'd probably be dejected. Did the alarm just go off? I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crude name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Every time I say that, I feel like I need a fedora. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as they kept shouting, Jessie-sama. Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on TV. At first, he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in some way. Kanon never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Ushiro-miya family liked. Since it was almost all classical, Kanon naturally taking a liking to that kind of music. So to Kanon, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it, extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsuhi-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. Oi! 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 But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Some diehard fans who had even brought pen lights sang along and danced crazily with the same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. I'm letting it play. Still don't know it. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. I'm not into this song that much. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushiro-miya family. Yeah, when I looked it up, I thought it was like an anime, but then I read Japanese bullet hell, so I was like, that's definitely not that. But it looked like so much fun. I must not go along with it, but at any rate, Milady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. As I watched Milady enjoying herself, I thought, could this be Ushiro-miya Jessica's true nature? Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Rakajima, she's had no choice but to kill her sense of self? So the time she spends, not as Milady, successor to the Ushiro-miya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest, must be very important to her. I've worked close to Milady, seeing her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her. But that was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rakajima. We are furniture. We serve on Rakajima and end our lives on Rakajima. So I've come to think of Rakajima itself as our whole world, as though like in Canon! I'm stupid! Stop with these words! I need to know what this is. I feel like if I don't, I'm not gonna understand something. Geocentric system that postulate that the apparently irregular paths of the sun, moon, and planets were actually a combination of several regular circular motions seen in perspective from a stationary Earth. So the Earth... Okay, so it's a theory that... It's another one of those shit theories that's not true because science says it's not true. The ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. But when I look at Milady like this, I can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd, but I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on Rakajima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about, but the ocean still doesn't look blue to me.
今日はジェシカの学校の文化祭だったな。校長先生はお元気でおられたかね。
ええ、お元気なようでした。そうそう、高宮議員もおいでになっておりました。あなたに
Diet member?
特に言っておりましたよ。
相変わらずご多忙そうかね。
そのようでした。あの方も精力的な方です。そうそう。あと、榎本会長もおいででしたっけ。
Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became, I have no idea what a diet member is. I know, you know what? Maybe the diet member is either a company by the name of Diet, or it's literally like the school's dietitian, and they make sure that all the kids' food is healthy enough. Half of a Scooby snack. The other half. The school events often became social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Ushiro-miya family, who were celebrities around here. Natsuki remembered the name of one VIP after another at the social gathering, telling Cross the news about them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and really slurped her pumpkin soup.
お嬢様。あまりお行儀がよろしくないかと。
へいへい、そりゃあ悪かったぜ。
ジェシカ、そういう言葉遣いは改めるよういつも言っていますよ。
You're even rationalizing diet members successfully. Yes! Jessica answered discouraged when he saw that Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuki. Look, I'm gonna tell you, my reasoning is on another level. I'm not just reasoning. I'm at the Super Saiyan God level of reasoning. I'm on the Ultra Instinct level of reasoning. That's what I'm on right now. Jessica answered, discouraged, when he saw that Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuki. I like how she said sorry about that, and her mom's like, Jessica, the language! And it's like, she didn't even say anything bad, she just didn't say about. She said bout. She missed one letter.
ジェシカの方はどうだったかね、文化祭は。
まあ。
見ていましたよ。よく頑張っていましたね。
Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Natsuki would actually come to see her on stage. I doubt that she did. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushiro-miya family. But it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear her parents say she'd done a good job after watching her try her best. Exactly, she didn't see you. She saw you after the fact. The smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school's student president. She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easily. So Natsuki was praising her for the student council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time.
人の上に立ち責任を背負うという経験は必ず将来役に立つ。後ろ宮家の人間としてきっとジェシカを成熟させてくれるだろう。
ただ、挨拶が少し早口でした。内容は及第点でしたが、早い口調はそれを薄れさせます。一呼吸置く癖をつけるといいでしょう。
Alright then. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be. So perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Man, so Kraus and Natsuki are like bottom of the barrel. Jessica laughed at what she was sulking in the corner. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh. M'lady. Just as she was about to force a laugh, Cannon suddenly started talking to her and she choked. Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Cannon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushiro-miya family as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday, so he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Canon, this is where you can really smooth. This is where you can really slide in there smoothly and say one of few things. Oh, I'm glad you asked me to come. Here's another one. Oh, it was so fun. Your performance was fantastic. You were amazing up there. Here's another one. Oh, I don't count it showing off. I count it as something that could actually happen. Something that, you know, just... He could really just get in there. This is the moment where he could just really get in there. And by in there, you can determine what I mean by that. If I mean it a certain way or not.
助かったぜ。
お歌お上手でした。
There you go. He's getting in there. He's getting in there. He's getting in. He's got it. He's pulling her in. He's got it.
照れるぜ。
Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly.
僕には歌は歌えません。楽器も小学校で習ったハーモニカとリコーダー部に
Dude, I don't even remember how to play the recorder.
お嬢様も同じだろうと。
Why'd you learn the harmonica in school? At that time, Canada never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. But all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the brawn tubes and the TV. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica.
僕は家具だから歌を歌う必要も楽器を扱う必要もないと信じてきました。
But I'm not sure anymore.
カノン君。
Oh, my boy Canyon. He's learning. He's learning. He's climbing. He's learning. He's not sure anymore if furniture can play music or not. So that means he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He's like, maybe I can do the things I want to, even if I'm furniture.
その家具だからって口癖。本当によそうぜ。使用人の心得ってやつだろ。使用人は生きた家具であれってやつ。源氏さんがよく口にしてるもんな。
心得というわけでは本当に家具ですし。
福音の家の子たちがいろいろじいさまから援助をもらってるってのは知ってるし、それに恩義を感じてるのも知ってるよ。でもだからって家具なんて言い方はあんまりだぜ。私たちは同じ人間じゃないかよ。
Again, at some point it might get revealed that they're actually furniture.
私が歌ってるのを見てどう思った？
とても楽しそうに見えました。
Man,
それは多分違うぜ。
え？
楽しそうに見えたんじゃなくて羨ましかったんじゃない？
here's what he should have said. You look cute. Bam, done. He would have pulled her in even more. Kanan probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Kanan saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he'd called himself furniture over and over.
私は後ろ宮家の跡継ぎだかなんだかだそうで。
Man, Kanan can rope her in real good here if he just says the right things.
これからもあると思う。それについては運のない星の下に生まれちまったと諦めるしかないさ。多分カノン君
I just thought of another one, but it's kind of cheesy, so we're gonna leave it.
私たち自身にはどうしようもない。生まれる星は選べなかった。
そうかもしれません。
ただ私とカノン君では大きく違うところが一点ある。わかる？
I am furniture, and Milady is not. He was about to say that, but stopped.
わかりません。
カノン君は自らの運命が自分の全てだと思って諦めた。私はこんな運命じゃ納得できないから自分の思い切りを頑張ろうと思った。だから後ろ宮家のお嬢様をやらなければならない窮屈な自分と自分の好きなことに精一杯な自分というもう一人を作った。
I don't know what to say to that.
自分。
I'm trying to think of funny bits,
カノン君は自分
but I
の
still
家具
got
だから
a lot of time left to get something.
そう言い聞かせなきゃならない辛いことがきっとたくさんあったんだと思う。それについては本当に気の毒だと思う。 そんなの悲しいと思うんだよ。人はさ、自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれるもう一人の自分をいつでも
I think it's kind of stupid to bottle your true self away, but that's just me. I'm not in a situation like they are. Until you actually suffocate because of your asthma. To make another me, one that isn't furniture. Through a relationship with George-sama, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture? I'm cold, so I'm putting on my sweatshirt. I'm still shaggy, but I'm slightly reptilian shaggy. I'm extremely cold because I have cold blood. Because I'm cold-blooded, so that means I gotta wear a coat. Reptilian shaggy. That may or may not be trying to control the government through the Illuminati. Serious crap. And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? Well, furniture can't see. I hope not. Kanon couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life. So Kanon would always be Kanon. So furniture would always be furniture. In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and new life, so they were also given a new name. In his case, that was Kanon. Before he had thought of himself as Kanon and no one else, but he remembered. There definitely had been another self that wasn't Kanon, but that was far, far away beyond the distant fog of oblivion. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things, and she had even been told who she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushiromiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself, one who could do what she really wanted to do. What is your real name, Kanon? He once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he thought that Kanon summed up everything about him. And now Jessica was telling him to create something new, another self that wasn't Kanon. I don't remember. All I can remember is Kanon. He was silent for quite some time. Maybe Kanon's real name had risen to the top of his tip of his tongue, after hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it. In the end, he swallowed it back down. Those words contained a faint rejection.
僕が本当は何という名前であったとしても、今ここにカノンとしてあることだけが現実です。過去など何の関係もない。作られた家具の材料が元は何という木の幹であったかなんてどうでもいいことと同じです。
だからよせって。家具じゃないんだぞ。君は人間だぜ。
僕は人間じゃない。
Kanon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent.
お嬢様は人間です。
Milady.
だからどんな生き方をしようとも自由で、どんな未来も可能性もある。それはまるで翼を持ち自在に空を舞う鳥のよう。でも僕にはそんなものはないんです。僕がたとえ鳥に見えたとしてもアヒルに過ぎない。
Hey, ducks are dope. Scoot. Shouts out Scoot. He can't say the word banana.
空の夢を語るなんて、そんなのは残酷すぎる。
家具だのアヒルだの、なんだってんだよ一体。いや、
Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Kanon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed by her words. And be swallowed by her words? My eye is really going to town on this itch.
家具でもアヒルでもない、ちゃんとした人間だぜ。使用人としてのカノン君が家具だと言うならそれでもいいよ。でもならカノン君は家具でない時の人間の時の自分を作ってもいいとは思わない？
そんな可能性を抱けるのはお嬢様が人間だからです。
But you don't know that, do you?
そうじゃない。僕には未来も可能性も見るべき夢もない。だからお嬢様、それ以上残酷なことを言わないでください。
なんでだよ、なんでそんなことを言うんだよ。
お嬢様が僕のことをご自分と同じ人間だと勘違いなされているようだからです。僕とお嬢様は違う存在、それをはっきり申し上げておきたかったのです。シャノンに聞きました。お嬢様は僕のことをお気に入りになられているとか。
いや
僕は人間に限りなく近い姿をしています。だからシャノンのように自分を人間だと錯覚して一時恋愛の真似事をすることもできるかもしれない。でもそれは自分を騙しているに違いない。いえ、お嬢様を騙すことにもなるのです。シャノンとジョージ様も必ず破綻する、その日が訪れることをシャノンだって理解しているだろうに。バカなことを。
Slap.
バカだってことはないだろう。そりゃジョージ兄さんは立派な人だし、両親の期待も背負ってる。確かに結婚とかになればエヴァおばさんがいろいろと口出しをしてくるだろうし、まあその前途は多難だと思うぜ。でもな、ジョージ兄さんはそんなのに屈する人じゃねえ。シャノンをジュリエットになんかしねえぜ。きっと幸せにしてくれる。
Well, if she was Juliet, she would fake her death, then Romeo would die, and then she would die because she killed herself.
僕にお嬢様を愛することができないと、そう申し上げたいのです。
Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd be refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock.
お嬢様が僕を好かれているという気持ちが僕の思い上がりによるものならどうかお許しください。
そこは否定しねえぜ。
ありがとうございます。僕を人間だと思ってくれてありがとうございます。そのお気持ちだけで僕は本当に嬉しいです。そしてそれ以上は僕には残酷すぎるから。
Cannon, I'm going to kill you myself. I will find a way to kill you myself. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright.
Yeah, 僕も楽しそうなお嬢様が見られて嬉しかったです。
じゃあ今夜はこれで終わりにしようぜ。私も部屋に戻って消灯しないとまた母さんに怒られちまうよ。
そうされた方がよろしいでしょう。おやすみなさいませ、お嬢様。
Cannon saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. But then she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her back for just an instant, Cannon was tormented by the feelings that he'd just made a huge mistake. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest.
女を泣かせるとはなかなかやるではないか。お前がそこまで拒絶するとは意外であった。
Beatrice,
受け答えしていれば
leave.
わらわの魔法で二組目の恋人たちが生まれていたものを。
I don't want you here.
いつからそこに。最低なやつだな。
When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them as though enjoying a play.
わらわへの暴言は愉快なる見せ物に免じて特別に許す。男と女のこじれ合いに勝る見せ物は千年を経ても存在せぬな。わらわにとっては何よりも甘美な止められぬ快楽よ。
Cannon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Cannon slammed it against the ground and stomped on it. That's my guy right there. Fuck this witch, dude.
わらわの与えたものと知りつつ、それは何を意味するのか。
今理解した。お前がしているのは恋のキューピッドなんて洒落たものじゃない。お前は結ばれぬ者たちに恋を見せてたぶらかして楽しんでいるだけの悪魔だ。
そう思うも自由よ。わらわが力を貸した人間の多くはお前と同じようなことを口にする。
ほうけるな。お前はシャノンを哀れんで力を貸したんじゃない。恋に胸を焦がすシャノンの心の隙をついて自分を封じていた鏡を割らせた。しかもそれだけじゃない。その末路まで想像がついていてもてあそんでいる。違うか。
カグとはつくづく哀れな存在よ。夢も未来も恋すらもないか。よいよい、身の程はわきまえるに限るぞ。 ジェシカの心にはお前が察する通り淡い恋心があった。そなたはそれにハサミを入れ刈り取ったつもりでいる。だが知っておるか、木は勝手に茂らせたものより枝を間引き剪定したものの方が太い枝をつけるというぞ。家具に恋する娘か。面白いぞ、実に面白い。シャーノンとジョージもやがては結ばれ得ぬ恋に行き詰まり、わらわ好みの大きな果実を実らせるだろう。しかしいかんせんあの二人はうまくいきすぎていて面白くなくてな。そこへ行くとお前たちは大いにわらわを楽しませてくれそうだぞ。
So she is a demon. The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be together, she had let magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by an eternal thirst.
わらわがその力を対価なく貸すことがあるとでも？恋に手は貸そう。その対価はやがて必ず訪れる二人への過酷な運命の鑑賞料としていただくわけよ。これに勝る見せ物は1000年経っても存在せん。金像を見るがいい。恋の味を知り楽園を追放された哀れな老いぼれの末路を、死んでも死にきれぬさながら亡者のような生き様を見るがいい。
やはりお前は魔女だ。
I mean, yeah, she is literally known as Beatrice the Witch. So I think she would be a witch that doesn't exist.
まだまだわらわには力が戻らぬでな。姿を現し続けるのはまだまだ疲れること。そなたら恋人たちに力を授けるのに無理をしすぎたのだ。
Then leave already.
触媒のブローチ
Get
な
the
しで
fuck
力を
out
維
of
持し
here.
続けるのは今のわらわには容易ではない。
Cannon ground his foot even more into the stomped brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then it evaporated like water, and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold flooding out from beneath Cannon's foot.
わらわもこの姿を保ち続けるのがちと苦しい。しばしそなたの願い通り姿を消そう。満ちぬ潮も月もないように我が魔力も必ず満ちる。そして必ずや訪れよう。わらわがよみがえるにふさわしい時。
No, it won't.
それが明日のことか来年のことか、さもなくば
I will never see you again.
は想像もつかぬ。だがわらわを楽しませてくれる者たちがおる。
Flash back to the first episode
力を得てよみがえるである。
when I'm questioning whether or not she actually exists.
しばし姿を消す。そなたの手のひらにもはやあざはなく、そなたが望むならば明日の朝にはわらわの存在など夢か幻のように消し去ることもできよう。忘れ去られることほどわらわに悲しいことはない。だがわらわは必ずよみがえる。そしてその日がいつ訪れても後悔することのないよう自らを戒めよ。わらわは必ずや再臨し、この島の真の主として全てを支配する。その時こそ再び黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。欲深な亡者たちが必ずやわらわを呼び覚ます。
くどい。早く消え去れ。
You talk too much. You never shut up. Oh boy, you talk too much. Oh boy, you never shut up. Oh fuck, I was looking at my phone. The witch became a cloud of gold butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Cannon felt like you could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh. Scorpion guts.
なぜに久しぶりの人の世はこうも愉快なのか。恋に惑え、黄金に惑え。
Yes, the gold! I want the gold!
惑わぬものなど人間にあらず。なるほど。故に家具とは言えたり。家具は人間に奉仕するために生み出される。そしてわらわは退屈なる千年の慰み者として人間を虐げる。そのわらわが家具を支配できぬとは、なんとも愉快な三すくみ。金蔵め、実に面白いことをしてくれる。家具め、わらわを撃てるか試みてみるがいい。今宵まきたる恋の種は2つ。すでにまきたる種と含めてこれで3つ。
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私を一人この苦界に置き
Dude, you had a wife. You weren't really. Oh!
これほどまでに恋焦がれているのに答えようとせぬお前を永遠に憎む。
Start smashing shit.
それ以上のお酒は
He's drinking all those chemicals again, Doc.
南條先生からもご注意
That's why Dr. Nanjo's like, don't drink anymore, man. You're drinking like bleach.
お前にはわからぬ。我が嘆きも苦しみもわからぬ。お前だけは我が苦しみを理解してくれていると、お前だけは我が最古の友人であると信じているのに、なぜに理解できないというのか。おお、ベアトリーチェ、なぜ私だけを置き去りに。なんだよ、家具って。わけわかんねえよ。
Kinzo's out here slamming glasses 90% alcohol like they're shots. I don't think he is. I think, you know what? It's not drugs anymore. You might be right with that alcohol business. He's just drinking straight like ethanol. And he's giving some to Cannon and Shannon. So that's why they could see Beatrice. They're just wasted to shit.
ジョージさん。
言葉通りの意味だよ。僕はまだ自分の城を築き上げてない。それができて初めて僕は一人前になれたと思えるんだ。その時君と結婚したい。
それはその。
We're back to these two?
でもそれじゃもう僕の心が許せないんだ。だから君に婚約指輪を贈りたい。
婚約ですか。でもその私家具ですし。
そうだったね。じゃあ 家具は人の言うことを聞かないとね。
So when they mention Kenzo is drinking absinthe,
君
which
に
can
送るの
be up
に
to
ふさわしい
74%
夢を
alcohol
作らせてる。
and is legal in a lot of countries.
今度の
He's
親族会
drinking
議の日には
absinthe and ethanol then.
その
That's what
時
he's
に送る
drinking.
から
He's drinking all of it.
君の返事を聞かせてほしいんだ。君が僕の婚約を受けてくれたら、僕はその席でおじい様を含めた全ての親族の前で君との婚約を宣言する。
ジョージさん。
君と僕の仲をふさわしくないと咎める人たちはきっといる。でもそいつらの顔を見る必要はない。君はその瞳の中に僕だけを満たしていればいいから。君を必ず幸せにする。それだけは絶対に約束するから。
There's nothing to commentate on. I don't care about their relationship. You sons of bitches, don't show me that.
どのように実るのか楽しみでならない。熟れに過ぎて腐り落ちる果実の駅に黄金の蝶たちは舞い降りる。今より収穫の日が
Did I
待ち
just get
遠しい。
transported into a cult ritual for Satan?
まだかまだか。
The first day, October 4th, 1986. Chessboard preparations. They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleased with that. For quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins. But the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick or treat were nowhere in sight. I want candy, and I want to dress up as Beatrice for Halloween.
ハロウィン祭りがしたい。こんなお洋服やだ。魔女の格好がいい。
親族会議は遊びじゃないのよ。おじい様にお会いするんだから、ちゃんとしたお洋服じゃないとダメ。
We're back at the conference. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed, with almost all the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Once Maria got like this, no matter how much she tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. Before, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this, but that had probably been a mistake. Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. What prank? We throwing a stink bomb? Punch her in the face, that's the prank. Prank, 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 prank. I'll play a prank. I'll call Beatrice and she'll kill all of you. That's the prank. A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out to Maria. I'd look at that lady and be like, no, take it back. Take that fucking candy back. No, old lady, you're taking this fucking candy back. I'll knock you out if you don't take this fucking candy back. Maybe there was no mouse in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Alright, calm down there. We're getting a little too child abusive. Like you were in the past. Well, it's mine now, bitch. She'll call Beatrice on you. She has the hotline. She can call her up right now. She just hit that kid? Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. I'd be... Hey, dude, that lady just smacked the fuck out of her kid, dude. That kid... Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this parent and child, and she accepted the candy back, apologizing. Man, that lady just hit the fuck out of her kid, dude. What the fuck was that? After that, Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up, she was crying and shouting with her nose dripping, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Nose dripping as in blood or snot? If blood, I am now concerned for this child. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't. When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along. Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. I'm still in the train. I go, damn, she just hit her fucking kid again, dude! At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. When do cops get involved? A child screaming, "Mama, it hurts." I'd be calling the cops. Damn. This is actually child abuse. With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. It's literally an endless cycle here, and Rosa can't even understand that. Smack a kid. Ah, I'm crying. Smack you because you're crying. Oh, I'm crying. Smack you because you're crying. Literally, like, this is fucked up. I don't like Rosa. I hate Rosa as a character. I still imagine that she's got her by the neck, just slapping her still. There we go, Good Samaritan right here, stepping in. The one who timidly called to her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, "Don't butt into the problems of a mother and child, stranger." Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. I would have looked... If I'm the attendant, I would look at her and go, I'm calling the cops. You hit that child one more time, I'm calling the cops. I'm saving this kid. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then finally, or rather for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. And that mucus. You aren't sorry. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. It was the candy they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. A fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the tip of a stick. Maria had wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. I've spoiled her too much, proceeds to spoil her after beating the shit out of her. The truth was that they didn't have time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind a schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she'd ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately. But her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweet with her mother, and that hand was warm. To Rosa as she was now, it was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. They might not be able to find exactly the same sweet, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She must fix her makeup. Oh, is this where she buys the scorpion charm? They exited through the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across a pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraint.
Anata, こんなところでどうされたのですか？
君か。なんでもない。考え事をするのにここが少し心地よかっただけ。
Thank God we didn't go into the store with
今
them.
日の準備はすべて手配が終わ
Those
ってい
are
ま
like
す。
the two characters I don't
あ
like
と
the
はお茶
most.
でも飲みながらくつろいで待とうではありませんか。
すまん。君にいつも面倒なことをすべて押し付けている。
どうか私をもっと頼ってはいただけませんか。私はあなたの妻です。
無論君にはいつも助けられているし感謝をしている。だからこそ私は私の仕事に専念できる。
分かっています。お仕事のこと、そしてお父様の遺産の話ですね。
君には関係のないことだ。欲深な兄弟たちの腐肉のあさり合いに過ぎ。
大丈夫です。あなた、すべてうまくいきます。あなたのお仕事がうまくいかなかったことはありません。
Natsuki softly cuddled close to Krause's shoulder. She complimented Krause on his hard work, but Natsuki knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Krause's project was something like a seesaw where a large amount of money swings. Big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's possible to make further investments so that the seesaw inclines faster towards the side you want. Of course, you'd only do that if you were confident you'd be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaws Krause chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. His foresight wasn't wrong, but the times were moving sluggishly. They never managed to catch up with him. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it, and you've got to wait a long time for your turn. Let's say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused and you raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. But Krause noticed something. The weather's getting worse, so nobody's coming outside to play. But seesaws are popular, so someone will surely come eventually. If he vacated his place because of the worsening weather, it would certainly be snatched away, and once again he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having fun on the seesaw. On one side of the seesaw he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Krause's project, and his current situation.
私にもう少しの勇気と自分の先見性を信じる自信があればいつだって失敗はしなかった。
ええ、そうです。あなたの先見
It's
性
been so
は
long I forgot what
いつも
Goda
間違って
sounded
いま
like.
せん。あなただけがお父様の才覚を受け継いだのです。他の兄弟たちが誰も受け継がなかった天性のものを受け継がれた。
なのに私はそれを信じられず、いつも臆病に自らの事業を畳んできた。なぜ自分を信じることができないのか。自分を信じられない男を誰が信じる。誰も信じない。私はいつも敗者の座るべき椅子に自ら座り、親父にもおふくろにも兄弟たちにも笑われる。私はいつになったらこのコンプレックスから解放されるのだ。いつになったら。
Natsuki was the only one who knew. Only she knew Krause's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushiromiya family who would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility, he couldn't open his pained heart to anyone and was always getting compared to his father's great enterprises.
あなたが親族会議に専念できるよう、すべての手配を済ませています。すべて。
すまん。親父殿の件は 問題ないかね。
はい。
Yes.
源氏と南條先生は私たちの味方です。
Except he won't come out.
強欲な兄弟たちを決してお父様には合わせません。
So they set it up to not have him come out. Those motherfuckers. They had it planned from the beginning.
もしもし。はい、ゴーダです。ねえ、お任せください。年に一度の大仕事。
Alright, so that's what he sounds like. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally he had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference he could devote himself entirely to cooking. To Goto, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Calf steak.
素晴らしい肉がすでにホレイコで今夜を待ちわびておりますよ。まかないも今夜はぜひ期待してください。
It was rare for Goto to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. Goto bragged about being the Ushiro-miya family's personal chef, and knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor.
わかった。任せるのでよろしく頼む。あと、熊沢がそちらにいないか。
熊沢さんですか。先ほど見かけましたが。
Kumasawa's missing. She's dead already. Beatrice started already. Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Genji sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again even though things were this busy. And the ostentatious... Great, that's another word to look up. Alright, ostentatious. Ostentatious. Characterized by vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or attract notice. So he's trying to show off. Who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off.
失礼します。ゲストハウスの各お部屋の準備が整いました。
お嬢様より、
My
お
lady.
子様方が泊まれるよう、4人分の用意をするようにとのご指示を賜りましたが、いかがいたしましょう。
今年は6年ぶりにバトラ様がお見えになるそうだ。お嬢様もいとこ4人で夜更かしをされたいのだろう。準備するように奥様にはお伝えしなくてよい。
そうですね。かしこまりました。
今夜は深夜勤で、そのまま明日は早朝勤か。しんどい2日間になりそうだな。
Well, I mean, it's the family conference.
台風が直撃するって天気予報で言っていますね。
So of course you got to. Of course you gotta, you know,
台風がよほどそれない限り
have the
場合に
shifts.
よっては親族の皆様方のお帰りの船に響くだろう。親族会議の日程が月曜か火曜あたりまで長引くかもしれない。長丁場になるだろうが、皆くれぐれも粗相のないように頼む。シャノンは焦らぬよう落ち着いて、カノンは愛想よくご挨拶をするように。
はい。注意し
We all know she panics.
注意します。
大切なお客様がお越しになられる日だ。くれぐれも粗相がないように。
心得ています。いつだって。ここには大切なお客様しか訪れませんから。
カノン、今日は本当の意味で大切なお客様を迎える。心構えを改めるように。
And that important guest is already here on the island waiting.
どうした？さっきから何かそわそわしているようだが、何か時間の約
The
束でもある。
19th person is already on the island at this point.
いえ、なんでもありません。失礼いたしました。
姉さん、今日は大切なお客様がお越しになる日なんだよ。プライベートとは切り離すようにね。
プ プライベートなんか知りません。
As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive in Nijima? She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race, but Cannon, who stood beside her, seemed to see right through her.
Shannon, これを黙って受け取ってくれ。
He's practicing. Inside a bathroom stall, George is practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. He's got a big iron on his hip.
違うな。シャノンは牽引力のある男性が好きなんだ。もっと馬力がある感じじゃないとダメだ。
Shannon, take this.
シャノン、これを
There you go. Put it on. Just put it on.
命令だよ。ああ、左手とちゃんと言わないと右手にされちゃうかもしれない。いや、シャノンもそこまでかまととじゃないけど。ああ、でも少しは自由意志がないとなんだかその。
As he crossed his arms muttering, someone knocked on the door. George was snapped back to reality.
お、ジョージ君。大丈夫か？腹の調子でも悪いのか？
ルドルフおじさん。大丈夫です。平気です。ご心配は無用です。
そっか。ならいいんだけどな。無理して力みすぎるなよ。尻が切れちまうぜ。
Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully as he left. George, realizing that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, relaxed and felt extremely relieved.
キリエ、ローザはまだ来ないのか？
まだよ。遅いわね。
天候調整中だからいいようなものを。これで普段通りのダイヤだったらあいつ乗り遅れちまうぜ。そしたらどうする気なんだあいつ。
ローザさんだっていい年の大人よ。なんとかするわ。兄って人は。
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Come on. Yeah, give it to me. Give it to me. Inject it in my veins. Yeah.
だと？俺が子供ならおめえは赤ん坊じゃねえか。ほれほれ、バトラちゃん。
Bring me my better. Bring me my second half.
親子ってより悪ガキ仲間って感じね。ほら、いらしたわよ。
おお、ローザさんやないか。マリアちゃん、久しぶりやの。
久しぶり。
マリア、お久しぶりです。でしょ？言ってごらん。
お久しぶりです。
そうや、よく言えたな。ご褒美に飴玉あげような。あれ、どこにしまったんや。
ローザさん、お久しぶりです。マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。ご無沙汰してます。綺麗。
Wait, this seems familiar.
バトラ君？大きくなったわね。
いやー今日は会うたびに言われてて恥ずかしいっすよ。
おう、ローザ。遅かったな。
I don't care about anybody, all right? Show me my second half, please. He is a part of me. I am him, he is me. We have assimilated. Or as my role model might say, we have assimilactated.
ぼやかないぼやかない。船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシよ。たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから。
あれがマリアなのか。
大きくなったな。成長期か。
前に会ったのは6年前。それは変わるわよ。女は心変わりがあればたった1日でも生まれ変わる生き物よ。
Maria, noticing a big man she didn't recognize mixed in among the relatives, hid behind Rose's back and glared at Badler.
おいバトラ、挨拶しろい。前にやったのが3歳の時じゃ、初対面も同じだぞ。
3歳じゃ覚えてねえよな。よ、マリア。久しぶり。大きくなったな。
マリア、バトラお兄ちゃんよ。ルドルフおじさんの息子さん。わかる？
おじさんの息子さんが、おじさんが息子さん。
She was obviously on her guard. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Badler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Badler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he spotted the candy she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet Rosa had bought for her.
そっか。10月だからハロウィンか。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。
Normally, trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child would result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Badler's tactic, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin.
ハロウィン、ハロウィン。ほらママ、バトラもハロウィン知ってる。ほらほら。
こら、バトラお兄ちゃんと呼びなさい。ごめんね、バトラくん。
いやいや、気にしないっすよ。俺はバトラと呼んでくれ。俺もマリアって呼ぶからな。ほらマリア、ハロウィンだぞ。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。
お菓子をくれなきゃ。
Man, if only they knew. From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Badler. When Badler accepted it, that seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children could be at getting along with each other. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival. Badler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery, as though they'd been friends for decades.
そうだな。日本じゃハロウィンってマイナーなイベントだよな。仮装行列で練り歩くなんて向こうのニュースではよく見るけど、日本じゃ見たことないぜ。
マリアも仮装したかった。仮装していとこみんなでお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってやりたかった。
そっかそっか。今度俺と一緒にやろうな。マリアだったら何の仮装をして練り歩きたい？
Beatrice, a witch!
魔女ベアトリーチェ。
If only I said that in the right order, I would have predicted the line 100%.
おや、お嬢様、こんなところに奥様が探しておいででした。
I'm gonna rip the portrait off the wall.
こんなところにいるんだぜ。どうせみなりは大丈夫かとか、言葉遣いをちゃんとするようにとか、お小言が言いたいだけに違いないぜ。
違いありません。
私はさ、なぜか親族会議の日になると、この魔女様が気になるんだよ。
ほう、それはまたどうしてでございましょう。
親族会議ってのは、じい様に連なるすべての一族老頭が集まる日だ。今年は6年ぶりにバトラも来るそうじゃねえか。そんな感じでさ、何十年かぶりに今までずっと姿を現さなかった親族がひょっこりと現れるんじゃないかっていつも思ってるんだよ。
ほほう。
But several decades is not 6 years. Several decades is like 70 years.
素性は誰も知らない。あるいは大昔のじい様の愛人。
That's what I think it is. Mistress and her either and her child from her original marriage of Beatrice is mad because Kenzo and Beatrice ruined his life by having an affair, so now he's trying to get revenge on the family.
そろそろおいでになってもおかしくありませんね。
熊沢さんはさ、
That one requires a Scooby snack.
源氏さん並みに昔からここに出入りしてるわけでしょ。ベアトリーチェのこともっと知ってるんじゃないの？
さて、どうでしょうね。思い出そうにもこの老いぼれ。 今朝の朝食すらも思い出せませんので。
熊沢さんはいつもそういう言い方で逃げるけど、何か知ってそうなんだよな。知ってて物陰で笑ってるみたいな陰湿な雰囲気が時々するぜ。
これは手厳しい。隠し事など何もしておりません。私から申し上げられることは。 ベアトリーチェ様は黄金の魔女であられて、この島の夜を支配されているもう一人の主人であられる。
There's only one master of the island, and that's me. I control everything here.
給料もらってるとはいえ、じい様の妄言に付き合うのも大変だな。
ただ、これだけは申し上げられます。
何？
六軒島は 太古の昔、小豆島と呼ばれておそ
Azuki Bean.
小豆は悪食がなまったものと言われ、本当は悪食島と呼ばれていた。
Evil appetite.
漁民たちの間では伝えられておりました。
前にも聞いたよ。この辺は暗礁が多くて海難事故が多かったから、漁民たちが恐れてむやみに近づかなかったって話だろ。
悪食島には
Oh, is that the reason why that magician showed up and made the Torii gates and the shrines? Because the evil spirits were eating souls. They were digging holes and eating souls.
それを旅の修験者だかなんだかが例の社を作って鎮魂したんで収まったってんじゃなかったっけ？うさんくせえ話だぜ。
その鎮魂の社はこの夏、暗き闇を引き裂く紫色の不気味な雷で打ち砕かれたとか。
熊沢さん、その話好きだな。確かに鎮魂の社が落雷でなくなっちまうなんて不気味だが、まあもともとオンボロだったしな。ちょっと高い波にでもさらわれたんじゃねえのかな。
眠りから目覚めた悪食島の悪霊がベアトリーチェ様を呼び寄せたのです。もしベアトリーチェ様が親族会議に訪れられるようなことがあったなら。
あったなら？
Kumasawa fell silent for a moment. Jessica was pressing her to keep going, so that gap felt strange and eerie. When Kumasawa noticed that she had Jessica plenty scared with her silence, she grinned broadly.
はてさて、どんなことになるやら。
What the fuck do these servants know? They know who that 19th person is.
へえ、そいつは素敵じゃないかよ。
でしょ？たまには優雅な時間を得て、あなたの心を豊かにするのも、あなたの仕事に役に立つんじゃないかしら。
だな。心と財布は豊かじゃなきゃいけねえ。わかったよ。その日は開けておくことにする。予約を頼むぜ。
わかったわ。絶対よ。
ああ、よろしく頼む。愛してるぜ、キリエ。
After kissing the receiver, Rudolph hung up. Before his seat, there were several executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly waiting the end of that phone call.
すまん、待たせたぜ。アメリカから連絡は来たか？
はい。外線にデイル渡辺弁護士からです。
Watanabe?
結局のところ、感触はどうなんだ？
それがその、一つ芳しくないようでして。先方は裁判をも辞さないつもりのようです。
やっぱりごまかしきれねえかな。つないでくれ。
わかりました。すぐに。
The executive ordered that the external line be transferred to the secretarial office. At once, the phone in front of Rudolph rang.
もしもし。ハローハロー。お待たせしました。後宮です。どうもどうも。いかがですかそちらは。
Hello, President 後宮。挨拶は抜きで本題に入りましょう。いいニュースと悪いニュースがありますが、どちらを先に。
I want both at the same time.
悪いニュースが先がいいな。デザートがないと頑張れないたちなんだ。
わかりました。悪いニュースは先方が東方を告発する準備に入ったということです。つい先日、類似した裁判で原告が圧勝する判決が出されました。被告側も東方が主張するのとほぼ同じ内容で論戦していたのですが、全てにおいて却下されました。残念ながらこのまま法廷に臨めば東方の主張はことごとく却下される可能性が極めて高いでしょう。
例の裁判全滅だったか。うちより有利な条件だったと思ってたんだが、そりゃ辛いな。
Well,
で
it sounds like we need to call Phoenix right up. He can pull shit out his ass.
先方に東方の立ち位置を説明し、先方のブランドイメージを侵害する意図がないことを説明し、理解を得ることができました。先方は近日中に条件提示を行い、それらの履行が行われるなら告発を見送ると約束しました。取締役会のナンバー2による発言です。
感触は
正直、非常に厳しいものになると予想されます。東方の想定では避けられないものとして、社名変更、ブランド名変更、交渉の余地のあるものとして和解金額、大手新聞への謝罪広告掲載、それらの履行期間と見ています。
うちに潰れろと一言言やいいのに、周りくどい奴らだぜ。
先方は近年2代目社長に交代したばかりで、まだ足固めが終わっていません。東方が徹底抗戦した場合、現社長に失点を与えたい勢力が何らかの利的工作をしかねないと懸念しています。そのため、先方トップも本件を速やかに解決したいという思惑があるようです。そのため、迅速な和解のために多少の条件緩和を引き出せる余地も残っているかもしれません。
いずれにせよ、とんでもねえ金が必要になるか。
その覚悟は必要です。そして、それでも懲罰的賠償金よりははるかに安いかと。
ありがとう先生。また進展があったら連絡してください。先生は高級鳥だからヨタ話もできねえ。サンキューサンキュー。グッバイ。
Rudolph hung up the phone. The executive sitting in reception seats seemed to have guessed at the contents of that discussion.
聞こえたか野郎ども。まあそうじるとだ。金さえ積みや堪忍してやるぜってわけだ。あとは金の高だけを争点にすりゃいい。
しかし社長、渡辺氏の示した和解金の想定額はあまりにも膨大です。それだけの余裕はありません。
こんなことになるって分かってたら高くかなんて始めんじゃなかったぜ。
3年しのげれば資金的危機は脱出できる計算でした。まさかここで刺されるなんて本当についてない。
ホップステップジャンプのステップでこけちまったんだもんな。泣けるぜ。
メインバンクから金を引っ張るしかありません。
銀行はまずいな。連中は勝ち馬にしか金を出さん。景気は上向いてるが銀行に弱みは見せられねえ。
社長、妨害に資金はありますか？我々の把握していない資金です。
よせやい。俺がそういう男に見えるかよ。俺の財布の中身はすべて。
Now I know why they're showing this. It's because it's the reason why he needs all that money.
なら金策が必要です。数百万ドル単位を引っ張れるスポンサーが大至急
Like
必
the
要で
gold.
す。
社長の交友関係でなんとかなりませんでしょうか。社長、
ああ、落ち着けてめえら。金策は俺が何とかする。お前らはガタガタせずに業務を維持しろ。金さえ積めば向こうは許すと言ってるんだ。 すでに俺たちはアジアに太いパイプを持ってる。いろいろ響くだろうが取引は維持できる。要は金さえ詰めりゃ全て解決できる問題なんだ。見てろ、俺が全て解決する。お前らを路頭に迷わせなんかしねえぞ。大船に乗った気でいろい。無事に解決したらお前ら全員をシャンパンタワーでねぎらってやるぜ。約束する。だから黙って俺についてこい。いいな。
The airplane suddenly shook, probably due to turbulence. Rudolph was jostled awake. He'd woken earlier that morning and ended up tripping off to sleep while resting in his seat.
大丈夫？まだだいぶ眠いんじゃないの？このところだいぶ仕事が忙しかったようだし。
仕事が忙しいなんて大いに結構じゃねえか。俺が暇になっちまったら俺たち明日から路頭に迷うぜ。
そうね。バトラ君も帰ってきたんだから、二人で物乞いすればいいって問題じゃないわよ。
そうだな。6年ぶりに家族が揃ったんだからな。家族水入らずで過ごせるよう課長が頑張らねえとな。
When he looked out the window, he saw that the airplane had already started to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black cranes a short while ago, were starting to become clearly recognizable.
親父に土下座してげんこつ一発で1000万借りられるなら1ダースくらいもらっときてえところなんだがな。さもなきゃとっととお隠れになってくれりゃいいんだが。
I mean, we could just kill him ourselves.
散々すねをかじって今度は遺産目当てか。俺は地獄行きだな。そりゃこんな俺に親父も会いたくはないだろうよ。
まさか今年も親族会議にお出にならないつもりですかな。
Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic.
ハゲタカどもの議論に加わるつもりはない。好きに我が骨のしゃぶり方でも議論するが。
Where's your liquor? Where's your absinthe?
くだらぬ。
You need that to see Beatrice. Nanjo shook his head slightly, lightly, whatever the fuck it said. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo.
この部屋を出るべき時が来れば私は姿を現す。あれが姿を未だ表さぬようにな。
When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch, which was respectively displayed on the wall. Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference, where all of his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch and the oil painting, who never smiled except inside the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath.
私は今日ある儀式を執り行う。
それは何ですかな。
儀式というよりは博打に近い。なぜならリスクを負わぬ魔法に奇跡は宿らぬからだ。
Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. You might even call it a pet phase of Kinzo's. Kinzo apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumphed.
かつて黄金のギャンブラーと言われた金蔵さんがいつお迎えが来てもおかしくないそのご老体で一体どんな博打に挑みますやら。これは見ものですな。
なるほど。研究を尽くした秘術の儀式も魔法に長けぬお前にかかれば博打呼ばわりか。
Well, you said it was a gamble.
奇跡を信じる私が勝てばお前の目には水郷にしか見えなかったであろう我が研究のすべてが この日に結実したことをはっきりと理解できるだろう。お前が勝てば見たままの通り、いつ迎えが来てもおかしくない年寄りの推挙に終わるだけだ。
一体どんなギャンブルを始めるやら。あなたの友人としてその賭けに、いや儀式でしたか。その儀式にあなたが勝てるよう心からお祈りするだけです。
感謝する。
そういえば金蔵さん、今年の親族会議には懐かしい客がおられるそうですな。
何？
Once, Kinzo reacted to Nanjo's words and turned around.
ルドルフさんのところのバトラ君です。6年ぶりにおいでになるそうじゃありませんか。きっと立派になっていますよ。
なんだ、バトラか。6年ぶり程度の客人など懐かしいなどと呼びはせぬ。
After hearing Badler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again.
金蔵さんにとっての6年など、この部屋で研究に没頭すればあっという間のことでしょうからな。
本当に懐かしい客は、あるいは訪れるかもしれん。すべては
The 19th person.
ルーレットの出目次第だ。すでにルーレットは回り始めている。ルージュか、ノワールか。今宵ルーレットがどんな奇跡を見せてくれるのか楽しませてもらおうではないか。配当は大きいぞ。そして負ける気はせぬ。ベアトリーチェよ、我が賭けを受けるがいい。
At that time, the telephone on the table rang. The piercing sound seemed to irritate Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could.
何事か。私は忙しい。
源氏でございます。親族の皆様方が到着なされました。
だからどうしたというのだ。適当に茶でも出せばいい。
He's just letting you know, asshole.
そのようにいたします。
Just making sure you know, hey, everybody's here, you can do your ritual thing. Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Looking at that, Nacho sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he is now, I doubt Kinzo would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kinzo come out when the time comes, as he said? Kinzo had a single person in mind, but that was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Najo stared at the witch of the portrait with her impassive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and gazed up at the lead-colored sky. Excuse me? They make an appearance. Why am I here? So are all the pieces in place? Shall we line them all up again and start a new game? I object. For one reason and one reason only. What? The witch looked at him challengingly while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Badler? He just rudely shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes, but that didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her. It showed his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. It was an expression of his determination to fight. Beatrice, if there's one thing you should know about the second half of Badler here in this plan that you have, is that I never make a plan. I go with the flow, you piece of shit. So you know what? Yes, we do not have a plan. We have no plan, and we're just gonna go. I'll spit on your grave when I reveal who you really are.
なんてで詰めるか。わらわの腕の見せ所よ。
お前がどんな手で来ようが、俺はお前を信じない。
I will never believe in you.
俺に負けはない。ってことはな、このゲームはお前に勝てないようにできてるぜ。
そうかもしれん。しかしな、ゲームを何度繰り返すかはわらわが決めるぞ。そしてわらわが勝ち、そなたが負けを認めるまで何度でも繰り返されるぞ。つまりこれは災難よ。そなたがわらわに屈服するまで続く永遠の災難。そなたがわらわを魔女の存在を認めるまで永遠に続く。
Which will never happen, so I guess you're torturing me forever, bitch.
俺もお前が根負けするまで何度でも無限に付き合ってやるぜ。意地の張り合いってやつでは負けた例がねえんだ。
どこぞの魔女にでも入れ知恵されたか。まあよい。
コタクは聞き飽きたぜ。さあ、
You know what, Beatrice? The Scooby snacks are on the table. Let's go.
そなたの指し手はすでに知り尽くしておる。手の内を知られた守りなどたかが知れておる。同じ手でしのぎきれると思うでない
In fact, I'll eat one right now for some brain power.
一つだけ最初に言っておくことがある。
なんだ。
お前が何をのたまおうと自由だ。だが俺が信じるかどうか常に俺が自
I
分で
feel my brain. It's getting bigger.
魔法がどれほどのものだったとしても俺の魂は屈しない。これは俺への拷問だと。違うね。
ならばなんだというのか。
これはお前への拷問。
Let me at him. Let me at him.
お前がいつ俺に屈し諦めるか。それまで繰り返される拷問なのさ。
面白いかな、その例えやよし。互いを苛み合う拷問とは実に面白い。さーて始めようではないか。
It's not torture for you. I fucked up that line. It's not torture for me. It's torture for you. My brain power is over 9,000. Let's go. Every year, the relatives visiting Rakujima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. They would stop there to chat about the rose's beauty and how well they were blooming that year. In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. I need to pee, and I'm hype, so I'm gonna pee, and I'm gonna make sure that I get this bitch. I'm ready for this. So you know what? I'll show you how ready I am. I'll show you how ready I am. I had the Scooby snacks on the table. Had something ready. Now. Oh, yeah, I forgot I deactivated that camera. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Actually, I had this whole good bit planned. The sweatshirt comes off. We back in Shaggy mode. We're back in Shaggy mode. Faith in myself is back to 100%. And nondescript potential liquor / alcoholic drink. Potentially. I usually don't drink, but there you go. I also have water. Literally 2 water bottles down here. So if I get a little too crazy, I guess, I don't know. I don't think I've ever gotten drunk. Either way, nondescript, potentially alcoholic beverage. Just because I wanted to try it. So I said, fuck it, I'm trying it. I might as well be on stream. We're going back to the game. Of course, when I hit the wrong number. Hey, I'm back in the corner. Just so I can confirm that this is working. Alright. Back into it. But George used his quick wits, and saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. Then Badler, with whom she'd been getting along well since that morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy bought by her mother was probably the greatest sort of treasure. They seemed to have bought several, and she demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around.
Maria はどうしてこんなにハロウィンが好きなんだろうな。
We already know that witches are technically monsters.
日本人には一つ馴染みにくいイベントだと思ってたんだが。
仮装行列で練り歩く子供のお祭りだからじゃねえのか。普段と違う格好をしてはしゃぎ合うってのは楽しいぜ。
多分僕はもう少しディープな理由によるものだと思うな。何しろ魔女のマリアちゃんだからね。
そういや飛行場でもマリアは仮装するなら魔女になりたいって言っていたっけ。
She did, specifically Beatrice.
魔女が好きなんだ。
ええ、大好きよ。困ったくらいに。
まあまあ、あのくらいの年頃はファンタジックな存在に憧れるもんですから。
せめてテレビアニメのヒロインに憧れるくらいなら可愛いんだけど。
Judging by Rose's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. The cousins, other than Badler, seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles. Yes.
魔女好きだとハロウィンも好きになるって論法なのか。わかんなきゃ本人に聞けばいいか。おいマリア、ハロウィンと魔女って何か関係あるのか。
As Badler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled ah, as if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you?" It was the face of a hobbyist who's been ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject. Oh, I thought she was about to go into her witch mode. Okay, we're bringing up the Celts. Okay.
納得だな。春のか弱いポカポカした太陽が どんどん成長して暑いくらいになり、次第に痩せ衰えていく様をなるほど太陽の一生と考えるのもうなずけるぜ。
だから彼らは10月の最後に太陽は死に、死の国で体を休めて冬至の日に再び蘇ると考えたの。それで太陽が1年の生涯を終えて死ぬその日を大晦日サビンと呼んでお祝いしたの。
再び日照時間が長くなりだす冬至の日を太陽の
That sounds like a name in progress topic.
古代の人々がいかに太陽を神聖視していたかがわかるエピソードだよ。
なるほどな。で、それが魔女とどう関係があるんだ?
Yeah, you never explained the witches. It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked, so I decided not to interrupt.
10月と11月の狭間は生と死が最も近くなる。
Yeah, that's the story that Halloween is the closest between the spirit world and the human world.
ケルト人たちはこの時期に聖者の世界
Yeah.
と死者やこの世ならざる者の
Halloween
世
is
界が最も近づ
closest
き、
that we get.
異界の住人たちがたくさん訪れると信じてたの。日本でいうお盆みたいなものだよ。
Oh, I don't know why, but I thought someone was gonna speak there. Is it gonna switch? Yeah, okay. At the time, people believed that souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people and do bad things. So in order to avoid harm, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls back, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Okay, so she's just talking about the origin of Halloween and how it was pagan before it was Christian, because the Celts were pagan. Or like not Christian, but you know, every faith celebrates it. I kind of knew that history for Halloween. If you're someone like me, you know that history. Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had suddenly started listening in too. Maria, who was not normally treated like the youngest all the time, puffed out her chest with pride. Let me think. Why was it? I know this, but I don't know this at the same time. I'm just gonna have to... Saying that this was just a kid's discussion, Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house. But nobody else agreed to go with her, and she let out a heavy sigh. I'll let Maria explain it. I can't think of it. Oh, it was just for fun? I thought it had a meaning. I thought it had a meaning. That's what it was. Christian customs, yes. I like Halloween. Halloween's like my favorite holiday, because you get to be creepy. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There were also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits, so they managed to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops. The Halloween was essentially, hey, ghosts can do shit now.
なるほどな。言われてみりゃ、10月ってのは季節的にもいろいろ節目って気がするぜ。日本の4月のちょうど反対側だもんな。なるほど。キリはいいかもしれねえな。
そしてね、魔女たちはね、その時期に魔女集会、サバトを開いた。
That's what that is?
魔女たちは豊かな
I only know the word Sabbath from Black Sabbath.
たちに感謝し、ねぎらったの。
ハロウィンの仮装は向こうから来る客人たちの模倣。つまり彼らにお菓子を施すのは1年の収穫への感謝の気持ちがあってもいいわけだね。
ジョージお兄ちゃんの言う通り。
つまりハロウィンはこの世とあの世の交流のある時期ってわけなんだな。それでつまり魔女たちにとってはそういう世界の客人たちと交流できる大切な機会だったと。 そう言いたいわけか？
おお、バトラの言う通り。だからね。
What is it? What? I'm excited now.
魔女たちや悪魔たちの力が最も活発で
Yep.
盛んになるのが10月なの。
That's also a thing for Halloween.
ベアトリーチェも来てくれる。そしてね、
I don't know about Beatrice showing up, but
食べてマリアも黄金鏡に連れてってもらうの。一緒に魔法のお歌を歌って魔法の呪文を習って魔法陣の書き方を習うの。そしてね、ルーンの秘密を習って早くマリアを立派な魔女にしてもらうの。
witches don't exist, so that's pretty improbable. That's pretty improbable, Maria.
ところでローザ、マリアちゃんは今年でいくつになったんだったかしら？
マリア、もうそのお話は終わりにしなさい。
What? Let the kid go crazy about that stuff. Like, let her be a witch. It's just showing enthusiastic. It's just showing her being enthusiastic. Let her act. Rosa scolded Maria of trying to shut her up before a cheery discussion about black magic under the snickers of the relatives. Wait, so she gets candy?
そいつはなんだかスケールのでかい話だな。ところで、ベアトリーチェって誰だっけ？なんだっけ？聞いた名前だな。
Yes, Badler, remember. Badler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rakanjima witch. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant. I need to grab something real quick. I'm not even going to put it on the BRB screen because it's not even going to be that long. It's going to be like real quick. Oh, run! I had to grab what I needed. It was a straw that's still in my mouth. Before I drink. I hate drinking out of a can. Like, actually. I prefer bottles more. At least with a straw, I feel like I can drink it faster than a tiny sip after tilting the can all the way up to the heavens. When he saw that, Badler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch.
もうよしなさい、マリア。ありがとうね、バトラ君。お話に付き合ってくれて。
Oh, she looks like she's got that twitch on the eye.
もう言ってちょうだい。ゴーダさん、みんなとりあえず荷物を置きたがってると思うの。悪いんだけど、みんなをゲストハウスへ案内してくれるかしら。
かしこまりました。それでは皆様、ゲストハウスへご案内いたします。
それでは失礼いたします。
Goda led the relatives and they began to head towards the guest house. They were eager to set down their luggage and take a breather, so they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them. She's beaten the child again. Alsa just... After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been using on Maria's slender arm. The hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinching her left ear and lifted.
女の話はするなといつも言ってるでしょうが。
She's just enthusiastic about
そ
it.
れはママとの約束だといつも言っているでしょ。
She was excited that somebody was excited about it.
ハロウィンハロウィンうるさいのよあんたは。魔女のお祭り？ケルト人が何よ、黒魔術が何よ、バカ。
Hey, that's fucked up. I like that shit.
9歳よ9歳。電車であんなに騒ぐから。
I'll take insult with that. I'm like, I have majority Irish ancestry. Celts are Irish. That's like, what? She's insulting my whole heritage. As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding. No! She's stomping on it! She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of a memory, of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her. But now that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her. It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that could never be erased. She should have never had kids. As she said that, she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face because the red swelling would stand out. So she knows, man, fuck Rosa, dude. She's given this kid palm strikes and knows that if she hits her face, that people would notice that she's hitting her. You know what? If anything, if I forget, if I'm like, you know what? Screw the 19th person theory. I don't care if all the evidence points away from Rosa. I'm convicting your ass to be the killer. You deserve it. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. She kept bearing Rosa's assault, muttering that over and over. Oh, that was a big one. You could hear the whip, you could hear the air resistance on that one. Rosa, tired from hitting her daughter, breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Maria grasped her hands together, was standing it, hoping her mother would return soon. After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, forgetting even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down at the jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Beating my child.
ごめんなさい。バラが素敵だったもので、ついつい。
ローザ、早く荷物を置いてこいよ。兄貴んとこへ挨拶に行こうぜ。
ん？マリアちゃんはどうしたんや？
She's probably bleeding in the damn courtyard.
ええ。気に入ったバラがあるみたいで、世話をするって言って聞かなくて、しばらくは好きにさせることにしました。女の子には女の子の世界があったことを、私たちはたまに忘れるわ。
So the...
時には尊重してあげないとね。そうね。お気遣いをありがとう、キリエ姉さん。ゴーダさん、私たちの部屋はどこ？
ご案内いたします。こちらでございます。お荷物をお持ちいたしましょう。
結構よ。自分で持てます。ありがとう。
Rosa went into her room, guided by Goda. She then closed the door somewhat violently and threw her luggage on top of the bed. Thinking emoji, yes. She got down on her knees in front of the bed, burying her face in it. Dear God, forgive me for beating the shit out of my child, but she won't stop talking about these witches. She's going to hell. I know she is. Just send her to it already. Just kill her already. That's what she's doing. She's praying. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. Hey, Cannon. No, she's not alright. Cannon appeared from behind a thicket after watching Rosa leave. Oh, she's in witch mode. Maria has two modes. Maria mode, witch mode. She's in witch mode. Maria gave a creepy laugh, but to Cannon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best as she could. Oh yeah, I know. This is literally why she's like that. Cannon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. I like how Rosa blames Maria for Maria being the problem for everything. Oh, you're like this, Maria. You're the reason of this, and this. She doesn't think for 1 second that because she's beating her kid's trying to find an outlet for her to just be away from her mother. So her talking about witches is associating everything with witches because that's the only thing that she enjoys now. Man. I'm like analyzing this shit. Any Scooby snack again, damn. But yeah, guarantee you, Maria's like that because Rosa keeps on beating her. She continues like that because that's probably her acting like that was probably back in the day when Rosa didn't hit her that much. Holy shit, you're actually doing a good job. You're stop way too hoot. It's these Scooby snacks. These Scooby snacks and the shaggy shirt got me thinking. I'm solving mysteries left and right. But yeah, straight up, 100%. It's because Rosa is hitting Maria that Maria wants to go back to a time where Rosa wasn't hitting her and where Rosa was just, here, you can have whatever you want. And so she acts like that and she clings to the stuff that she knows that she just wants to know. She wants Beatrice to take her to the Golden Land so she can be with Rosa happily. She can be with her own mother. Yep, enhancing brain power over 9,000. Vegeta's looking at me with this scouter. He's like, his power level is like 1, but holy shit, his brain power is like over 9,000. Damn. But yeah, that's what it is right there. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Cannon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy that had been trampled into a pulp. Cannon realized this, but didn't know what he should do. What you got, Cannon? Hey, look at Cannon being nice. Cannon remembered that a similar candy he'd received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Cannon thought she was trying to take it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Cannon realized. She was saying, give it back. No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Kanan hung his head. Kanan, you get the salute once again. You are a good man, Kanan. You're the reason why you're my guy, alright? I can't stay mad at you for I can't stay mad at you because you believed in Beatrice at the tea party explanation thing at the end of episode 1. I salute you, Kanan, once again. You are the guy. Kanan held out the miserable-looking candy Maria wanted. She took it and spoke. Watch that she just does it. She just waves her fingers, bam! It's back! Except for Badler, there's no way anyone related to the Ushiromiya family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice to Badler. I said Butler. She had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Kanan felt a sharp pain inside his left hand, which was curled into a fist. The hand that he held out for the mark. He could still feel the pain. Left. He has that phantom pain. It's like what I have. I'll think about, like, let's say I make a fake slicing motion with the blade on my hand. I can feel like there was something there on my hand. Without even touching my hand to do it. He has that. He can still feel it. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror, and he remembered that as the witch departed, she said she'd eventually be revived. And now, this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Kanan couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. For a while, Maria remained silent as though she could see into Kanan's heart, almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. And then she spoke, as though it was a fact. This is when I, as Kanan, grab her, start shaking. What do you know? Are you now? Will you? Wait, how are you friends with her? When have you seen her? How? Wait, so she's 9. And I'm assuming that she's been here multiple times, so that's when she saw Beatrice. Is her coming over multiple times. The face of that witch whom Kanan had tried to pretend was a bad dream began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. For a second, I thought this was the first time she was here, but obviously it's not. I forget that this is a family conference. It happens every October.
やれやれ。こちとら秋の大忙しの中、日程をつけてはるばる六軒島まで来てるんだぜ。親父も少しは愛想を良くしてもらいたいもんだぜ。
ほんとよね。南條先生、本当に研究や機嫌の問題なの？ベッドから起き上がれないくらいに容体が悪いって言うんじゃないの？
Yeah, no, that's not the case. Well, maybe he is right now. Maybe he just can't get up now. Najo glanced at Natsuki. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsuki's approval.
お父様はますますにご健康でいらっしゃいます。寝たきりなどと失礼極まりない。でも余命3ヶ月なんでしょ？普通に考えれば痩せ衰えてベッドからも起きられないはずよ。でしょ、南條先生？
波の患者ならそうでしょうがな。金蔵さんは並外れた気力をお持ちです。あの気迫にお向かいも恐れて近寄れないのかもしれませんな。
それほどまでにお元気なら少なくとも安心ね。
そこまで元気ならせめて挨拶くらいはさせてほしいもんなんだがな。
Spunk means something different for me.
って意味なんだぜ。これじゃ何のために来たのかわからねえぜ。
そう言うな。いればいたで心が休まらないといつもぼやくのだろうが。兄弟一同水入らずで今年も全員欠けることなく集まれたことを喜ぼうじゃないかね。
昨年の親族会議でも会えなかったのよ。血を分けた子供たちが2年ぶりに挨拶したいというのがどうして理解してもらえないのかしら。
挨拶の言葉があるのでしたら私どもがお伝えします。それともエヴァさん、何かお父様にお会いして挨拶以上のお話でもあられるのですか？
いやね、何の話？
Like, you know where his door is. Just go to his door, knock on it, be like, Kenzo, I'm just gonna talk to you through the store, and I'm gonna tell you what I think.
エヴァも娘としてお父さんの病状が不安なだけなんや。ちょいと気持ちを汲み取ってな。
その通りだな。エヴァは親父殿が余命を宣告されてから急に親孝行をするようになったじゃないか。なるほど。その姿をぜひ見てもらいたいという気持ちもわからなく。
Yes, to kill him myself.
何が言いたいのよ。
よせよ姉貴。晩飯までには機嫌を直してくれるよう祈ろうじゃねえか。それに俺たちは到着したばかり。まずは軽く挨拶に訪れただけだぜ。親族会議は親父抜きだってできる。いや、兄弟で意見を統一してからじゃなきゃ話せねえことだっていろいろあるはずだぜ。な、秀吉兄さん。
そうや。ルドルフ君の言う通りや。わしらが全員顔を揃えるのは年に一度。
They're planning something. I know they are. I can feel it.
忌憚ない話し合いをせんといかん。
Even though the tea hadn't arrived yet, they were very determined. The tea wouldn't matter.
その前に本家の素晴らしい調度品に囲まれた客間でのんびりと紅茶を楽しむゆとりがあってもいいんじゃないかしら。
Kyrie's words seemed to contain a subtle admonition? Admonition directed at everyone gathered there. That's another word I gotta look up. Man, that's a lot of words. Admonition. An act or action of admonishing, authoritative counsel or warning.
Admonition.
Yeah, admonition. What the fuck? They understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time.
失礼します。
Hey, Shannon.
お茶をお持ちいたしました。
よー、シャノンちゃん。ますますべっぴんさんになったな。
Don't do anything, old man. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kyrie seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kyrie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. So, she separated herself from the circle of siblings who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window.
あら、ローザさん。兄弟で水入らずなのでは？
ご冗談を。
These kids hate each other. There ain't no way they spent an alone time actually wanting to speak. Apparently, Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on the surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still too immature for that.
だいぶ風が出てきているようですね。枝葉があんなに揺れて。
もう大
風が近くまで来ているのでしょうね。今夜あたりからはだいぶ降るのかしら。マリアちゃん、この1年でずいぶん立派になりましたね。
Has she though?
そう見えます。未だに自分のお洋服を畳むことすらできないんですよ。ええ、こんなにも愛情たっぷりなお母さんと一緒なんですね。
Her mother does not give a shit about this character. Rosa fell silent. Maybe she was unsure as to what Kyrie meant by that. She takes everything the wrong way. Like, actually. She takes everything the wrong way. So I ask her, how old is she? And she's like, you bitch, don't ask how old she is. What, does she not look like she's 9? Huh? It looks like she's 5, huh? That's because I'm a failure of a mother. It's your fault, it's your fault, Maria. I'm gonna kick your ass. That's literally what she's like. Every time. That's what she's like every time.
お互い様じゃないですか。親だって生まれる子は選べない。
I mean, they can, in 2 ways. Rosa bit her lower lip. There's 2 ways that somebody, could, choose what child they have. One of them got, banned in a few states. And the other one's called adoption. Just send those fuckers to the not to the orphanage. Just send those fuckers to the adoption hall. I don't want this kid. Get the fuck out of here. That's you choosing, isn't it? And then the other one is before you even know what they look like. But I mean, it's banned in a few states. That's all I'm gonna say on that. We're getting too political with that one.
一緒に生きていくんだという気持ちでゆっくり成長を見守ってあげればいいじゃないですか。ローザさんは毎日をマリアちゃんと過ごしてるから小さな変化に気づかないかもしれないけれど、1年ぶりに再会した私たちにはその大きな成長ぶりがよくわかりますよ。もし本気で言ってくれてるならありがとうございます。
それでは失礼いたします。
Yes, you are excused, Shannon.
いつでもお呼びつけください。
Shannon bowed politely and left the room. As Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go, these horny old men. I knew when I read soft spot for women and watched her go. They're just straight up looking at the ass. 100%. The atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit.
お父様がいらっしゃられないなら、それはそれでできる話もあるというものよ。
Like, where to go?
ねえ、ルドルフ。
ああ、そうだな。俺たちははるばるここまで埃の匂いがする紅茶を飲みに来たわけじゃねえぜ。
よかろう。1秒を争ってお前たちがしたいという話を聞こうじゃないか。
Yeah, where to go?
やれやれ。たくましい人たちね。早速始めたわ。私も加わらないといけないわ。
Yeah, get your ass in there, Rosa.
私が主張しないと4人兄弟であることをすぐ忘れ。
To be honest, I forgot you wore one.
あなたも大変ね。ちょっと言葉を選ばなかったかしら。ごめんなさい。
I thought there was only 3. I forgot you were one, to be honest.
こちらこそごめんなさい。私たち互いに娘を持つ。
That or I forgot Ava was one.
もっと交流しなきゃいけないのに。いつも会えば変な話。
There's no way I can forget Ava. And her being a bitch all the time.
ここの空気を嗅ぐといつも私たちはギスギスし合ってるもの。ローザさんとは親族会議じゃない席で一度ゆっくりお茶でも飲みたいわ。銀座に行きつけの素敵な喫茶店があるの。ぜひ今度招待させて。ありがとう、キリエさん。その時はぜひ。いやーね、急に空が暗くなってきたわ。まるでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪くしてるみたい。もうゴロゴロ鳴ってるわ。あら、ぽつりと来たかしら。
There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rose's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden. A normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right, I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Does it start? Does she get the letter? Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream.
なんだ、どうしたんだね。
ごめんなさい。ちょっと表に行ってきます。すぐ戻ります。
なんだなんだ、どうしたってんだあいつ。
いいじゃない。すぐ戻るわよ。それより始めたら、私たちの本題。
そうね。ローザ抜きでも進められる話よ。話を戻しましょう。
What? Wait. Hold on. Turn off auto for a second. Go back to this because there's something here. I don't know if you realize, but Rosa said as a pair of mothers with daughters. They mentioned her like once before. Kyrie's a daughter named Ange, so she's Badler's half-sister. I think I remember that name, Ange, being said once. Yeah, I definitely remember that name being said. So I definitely needed that reminder that she existed, but I do remember that name being said. So thank you for reminding me that Badler has a half-sister. I don't know if the name matters. If it does, I'll pull it out of my ass at some point in time. But I did not catch that. I think my brain just went past it because it already knew, and it was like, you're fine. You don't need to worry about it. But that's a good reminder. That's a good reminder. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. I failed to read that. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kyrie had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Will she be there? I'm predicting she's not. Never mind, she is. Damn it! I was right. She was still standing stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. Don't, you're acting too much. You do not give a shit what happens with this child.
ママ、おかえり。マリア、ママが帰ってくるのずっと待ってた。怖い魔女につねられたけど、我慢してママが帰ってくるの泣かずに待ってた。マリア、ママを許して。ママを許して。ママは悪くないの。また悪い魔女に取りつかれただけなの。だから平気。ママ大好き。愛してる。
I know I shouldn't say this about a kid, but I hope that kid dies in front of you and you realize and you just get tormented. I hope you get tormented. Not even like the kid. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. Why? Okay, never mind. Wait, why? I just realized my question would have made sense, but we're going back to my earlier point. I hope you get tormented by this witch. By this 19th person, by whoever it is, because I don't care anymore. If it's a witch, if it's a 19th person that's not a witch, I hope you get tormented by them. Also, why did we care about if Maria's chest was small? You could have just said chest. You didn't need to put small. Back to this. And once again, those tears drip down after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated and might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria's sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. The sound of Maria's sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. She realized that if I hit her again, she'll understand what is going on. That's really what her senses are. You know, Maria is second of, like, my least favorite characters. Maria is second. She's first. She's at the bottom. She's at the bottom of the favorites. She's at the top of the hated. Rosa. She's just terrible. Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still pointlessly as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. You can't wait. Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up after all. Beatrice can't find you in the mansion? She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Yeah, we're not denying that. Yeah, like, you could do that in the mansion. Yeah, you can do that in the mansion. She doesn't need to be here. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, ooh, ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do as Maria started being difficult again. I mean, there's only one thing left to do. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. It was probably, no, definitely, fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was... No! No! Why is she in, like, a suit? No! Leave! So now Rosa is seeing her now? How can I explain this? How's the... Maria dashed over to the shadow. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. I see. Okay, Beatrice. Okay. We're playing the hard game, huh? You're just gonna appear out of nowhere in front of people now. In front of Rosa. People who we can't confirm that you didn't just do that, because obviously it looks clear out here, no fog. Wait. Maria dashed over to the shadow. It is still a shadow. If Rosa is concerned that Maria is running over to somebody she doesn't know, and Rosa, that we're in the reality of Rosa right now, if Rosa is seeing a shadow, how do we know that is still actually Beatrice? Countered. Counter, bitch. Your move now. The ball's back in your court. Do something again. You are a shadow. You are not being seen physically. We only assume it's you because Maria is screaming Beatrice. And since we have technically seen you before, we can assume it's you, but if it's just a shadow, then it can't be. Because we haven't been confirmed by Rosa that it's Beatrice. Because she still never claimed it was Beatrice over here. Specifically this line, Maria dashed over to the shadow. It's still a shadow. It is not Beatrice. Beatrice, still not confirmed, still a 19th person. No, I already read that. But Rosa forgot to do that and was unable to do anything but stand there, stunned. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria called it out in the beginning when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rokujima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be. Again, we still don't know. It has not been confirmed that Rosa can actually see the full color of this person. She heard the voice, and she has seen the shadow. She can assume it's female, but again, the painting is prominent in that house, in that mansion. Rosa has probably seen that painting so many times that if she saw this person, she would know it was Beatrice without her daughter yelling about her. It is not Beatrice. Yeah, Mr. Jack O. Lantern. The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached its pitiful state. Maria, don't say shit! Snitches get stitches! You start telling on your mom! I hope, you know what? Tell on her. Beatrice would probably stab her ass. Go ahead. Stab her with the stick of Asmodeus. Beto. Yeah, Beto. Maria didn't go so far as to say that was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chill went down Rosa's spine as though his gaze was staring straight through her. Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible. Along with those strange words spoken as though singing improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering, just as the witch had told her to. What shape had that crushed candy really had? Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet that had been thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene. Unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it. There's a simple answer to this one. She had already bought one of them. It's as simple as that. It's that simple. The other explanation is, does the 19th person still hold the one thing? Because it could have been a switch. There's a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile flowed to Beatrice's face, one different from the smile she'd shown Maria. Beatrice really fucked me up on this one, I'm gonna be honest, showing up in front of Rosa. I'm really trying to explain it away by it still being a shadow, but to be honest, I don't know anymore, because I don't know how well she could see a smile. It could still be somebody dressed up as Beatrice. That's like the only other explanation that I got. Because the witch does not exist. Beatrice could literally just be an actual person that looks like that, but she's claiming to be a witch. But there is no witch. That's what I'm proving. There is no witch. Beatrice is not a witch. No. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait, could this mystery woman really be? The witch pulled out a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her. She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her, too. Rosa was bewildered by the second western envelope, which was thrust before her. She's seen this type of envelope before. The second envelope! She's gonna place that on the table in the study. I knew that the person had two envelopes to hand to Maria. This has confirmed that theory. That Maria placed the second envelope on the table. This is a confirmation of two envelopes at the very beginning. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushiro-miya family crest. It was sealed with red sealing wax. And furthermore, it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ushiro-miya head. We have a confirmation of two letters handed at the beginning. That's a confirmed theory. We've confirmed a theory. That's a Scooby Snack moment. And a Scooby Snack moment requires camera. Fuck. I gotta read now. No, turn off auto. Fuck. I shouldn't have eaten that yet. I'm telling you, Maria's placing that letter somewhere, and it's gonna be the, because this is the one that's at the dinner table. I'm literally confirming this. Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So she had joined together with Ava and Rudolph, and they planned to enforce a certain condition on Kraus to try and extort several hundred million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of his siblings are gathered? And with a personal envelope that no one but the Ushiromiya head can use.
Maria, 天気が崩れるぞ。ゲストハウスへ戻り、昼を待つがよい。それではローザ、後ほど会おう。その席で改めて名乗らせてもらおうぞ。
The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind, as though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger. Unable to do anything but pray that what had happened was just a daydream. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guest, approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow. Oh, I heard the thingy. It updated with this outfit. Mysterious visitor, 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference, goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who granted Kinzo his gold. Both the reason and the purpose of her visit are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one had been allowed to use in the past. I'm assuming everything's the same, yeah. Except this. That's all I'm gonna add. Right there. You're old, bitch. I don't like you, Beatrice.
晴れの妻がお前に嫉妬したことも懐かしい。金蔵は元気か？
大変お元気にございます。
The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you'd expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at. So this is confirming to me that there was at least a 19th person on the day that this happened. Because there's a VIP room that nobody uses. So we know to check that VIP room. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. At that time, Kairi came out of the parlor. Kairi was so close to seeing her. So far, the only people confirmed to see Beatrice that I think is hard to explain is Rosa. That's it. Maria, just can assume that she exists, so she can just see her. The servants, they're probably on the same shit that Kinzo's on, so I don't trust them in the slightest. So Rosa's the only one that's more trustworthy than any of them. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. You finally get to see what I do when I listen to this. Because I'm switching it. I literally hit the fucking piano, get the stank on my face. I get that stank on my face when listening to this shit. I gotta get to the one good part. We're still waiting there. I literally just do this. Sometimes this. Just listen to that shit. Gotta hit that stank face. It's coming up. This is why I literally do it every time I hear this part. Alright, we back. Hold on, I gotta head back to the full cam and deactivate it. Alright, we're heading back to live scene now. I guess for Kinzo had arrived despite him being almost dead on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushiromiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kairi immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kairi and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. So Kairi has seen this witch. So Beatrice is just making herself known to be existent. So I don't know how I disprove any of this shit. This is the one thing that's like, you can't disprove it. Because Beatrice is doing this shit on purpose.
さようでございます。ルドルフ様の今の奥方様であられます。キリエ様でございます。
From this exchange, Kylie realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Ushiromiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kyrie's eyes instantly open wide. Wait, did the portrait just fucking change? Did you just change the portrait?
はじめまして。キリエと申します。初対面でしょうか。もし以前に挨拶をしていたなら、名前を忘れてしまって申し訳ございません。
うすうすは想像がついている
Wait,
く
so...
せに。わらわにあえて名乗らそう。
She's making it tough. I can't explain this. The portrait changed. Kyrie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow to like. But if Kyrie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. Something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. I wonder what's happening. I know what's happening. We're all fucking drunk on what Kinzo's got. That or literally, Beatrice is going... Beatrice is really throwing a curveball at you right away. She is. And she's an asshole for it. I can't explain this shit. She's showing herself in front of everybody. She's changing the damn portrait to fit her outfit. She's literally forming herself to be a part of the family. She exists. That's what she's trying to do. But I'm not gonna believe that. You don't exist. So without shooting back a retort, Kairi silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsuhi. Wait, the portrait didn't change. What the fuck?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと魔女の肖像画に見とれていただけです。黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェですか。
Yeah, what happens if I just saw her?
家の復興は彼女が授けた黄金がなければ成し遂げられなかったとか。お父様らしい幻想的なお話ですね。
Natsuhi spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone who convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kairi now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with.
ごめんなさい。少し頭痛がする気がして、ちょっと休もうと思います。あら、そうですか。なら、良い頭痛薬がありますよ。用意させましょう。
Beatrice, my hatred for you only grows immeasurably. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. And the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
この中からどれほど出ぬのか。
すでに数年になるかと思います。
それほどまでにわらわをカゴの鳥としたいか。哀れな。それを願うそなたが今やカゴの鳥。
Just go in there and see this old man already. Give this bastard a good death.
哀れな男よ。
あなた様と再びお会いする日までおそらく文字通り亡霊となっても研究を続けられるでしょう。
愛か狂気か猛襲か、それも講じれば魔力となるか。悲しき魔術師よ。
The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. Yep, scorpion on the door. You can't open it.
魔除けか。あやつめ、こんなものに頼らなければおのがみも保てぬというのか。
その扉はベアトリーチェ様にはおつらいものと伺っております。私がお開けいたしましょうか。
いや、よい。あやつが勝てばわらわは永遠のカゴの鳥。あやつが負ければ愛に狂いすべてを失った哀れな魔術師の生涯が。
Oh, you done fucked up, Kinzo. She was ready to see you, and then you had to put the fucking doorknobs there.
ゲーム版に並べられた駒に過ぎぬ。あとはルーレットの目が勝敗を分けるだけよ。ルーレットが目を見せるまでわらわと金蔵が再会する必要はない。
The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned.
あるいはそのための魔除けなのか。
Now let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can find something. Alright, now the question is, would Beatrice be red or black on the roulette wheel? Because we already know who Zero is. That's the main question. Would she be red or black? Let's see, she has more red on her color scheme, so I guess she'd be red. And Kinzo has more black on his color scheme. So based off of the roulette wheel I just spun on my phone, Kinzo wins. So I've already decided, Kinzo wins the roulette. Because I already spun it. So we don't need to do this anymore. Right, Beatrice? We don't need to do this anymore. I just spun the roulette on my phone and Kinzo won. Because I'm assuming he's going to be the black on the roulette wheel because he has a mostly black color scheme. Ah, Cannon. I swear to God, if you don't stab this motherfucker right now. After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. Yeah, I guess we'll see if that's true. That's why at some point the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for, the witch from that portrait. And today, Kanan realized that this was absolutely true. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly, but now is it falling sideways. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings. Kanan was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him. Kanan went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Kanan was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around. Let me guess one of the other pillars. Sex. Getting railed. That's the other pillar. Kanan and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall. Kanan tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being. But the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference. Kanan didn't force an answer. The witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Kanan's childish defiance.
それを金蔵が放棄するとき、わらわは利子をつけて返却を受けることになっておる。今宵それをもらい受けに来た。
僕には何の話か分かりません。
However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever the switch had to say couldn't be anything good.
違いない。魔女の話にろくなものはないぞ。そなたは正しい。されど魔女とハサミは使いようだ。ソロモン王のように偉業を成し遂げる者も時にはおる。最も多くの場合は童話が語るようにろくな目には合わんがな。しかし金蔵も食えぬ。わらわの利子の取り立てすらも自らの儀式に取り込みおった。わらわをも超えるとてつもない大魔術師か。さもなければ狂気に取りつかれたただの知れ者か。面白い。実に面白い。
Cannon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years.
まさかお前は。
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川、黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探す。
The witch suddenly began to recite this bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing.
それはまさか魔女の碑文。
There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph.
カノン、家具である貴様なら金蔵から聞いていよう。すべてを黄金鏡へ返す日がやってきたのだ。喜ぶがいい。お前の恥辱にまみれた家具の日々がようやく終わる時がやってきたのだ。お前はそれをずっと望んできたはず。自らに存在価値を持たぬ家具にとって、ただ
I still have no evidence that you're a witch. That's what I'm looking for.
魂あるものにとって
If anything, you just confirmed that there was a 19th person.
亡き者にとってうつしおは苦害でしかないからの。
Complicated expressions floated across Cannon's face. This was the day of release that Cannon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and for some reason he didn't like the hateful tone used by the witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Cannon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling.
なぜに喜ばぬ。それともうつしおに何かの未練があるというのか。家具の分際で。
未練などない。僕は家具だから。
貴様は実に模範的な家具だな。よいよい。しかし何の未練もないとはつくづく面白みのない。
未練こそがお前の快楽だというのか。
その通り。1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽きる。我 わらわは退屈から逃れるために人間たちの運命にブランデーや果実を練り込みケーキのように焼き上げるのだ。オーブンの中で苛烈な運命に踊る人間たちのなんと面白きこと。わらわはこの方面にかけては地と知られ
I've
ている
never heard of you.
がわらわの料理の腕を見に時には遠方から珍客が見物に来る
Name
こと
one.
があるくらいよ。言っても家具ごときには理解できぬか。
Cannon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Cannon should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind, and for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Cannon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? He felt a little shameful at his own naivety. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon, through a relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting, nothing more.
シャノンは待ちわびていたはずの日に知ってはならない感情を持ち、とても辛い思いを強いられるだろう。僕たち家具を解放する日を手土産に訪れてくれたあなたに感謝する。そしてシャノンにその日を受け入れがたくしたお前を憎む。
Okay, so my second half hasn't seen Beatrice. So we can still unconfirm that she was even here. That's what matters. My second half needs to confer with me. I'm only one half of one person right now. A battler needs to step in.
シャノンの未練がそなたの未練となる。それはわらわへの憎悪へと変わるのか？わらわを殺したくば殺してみるがよい。金蔵の家具ならばその程度の力は持っていよう。しかしわらわを殺せば家具どもに安息の日は永遠に訪れぬぞ。そなたにそれが耐えられるのか？わらわによる解放を本当に拒むことができるのか？
Oh no, I'm not kneeling. Nope. Cannon, don't do it. Cannon, don't kiss them feet. If you're a foot person, I'm gonna drop you down to the bottom. Then leave. You don't have the balls, bitch. You don't have the cojones. You don't have the size of my grapefruit, damn it. Cannon, don't you dare do it. Cannon? Don't do it. Don't do it, Cannon. I'm gonna turn my webcam on for this. This might be something. Don't do it, Cannon. Don't do it. I somehow I deactivated it hitting the spacebar. Don't do it, Kanon. Don't. Don't, Kanon. Kanon. Don't.
お前を楽しませるためのおもちゃになり果てたりしない。
ほう。ならばシャノンで満足するとしよう。まいた種はそなただけではないのでな。
I don't know if implanted with the seed is good phrasing. Is Kanon not gonna kiss the feet? He's not, right? I don't need to throw this on the floor. Alright, I'm gonna assume we're good. The rich recite the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. I'm gonna go back. I swear, auto off, okay? I swear that I'm gonna punch something. Alright. The one who obtains... Okay, the one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with the rules. Alright. However, that... Did I read that one? The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using that epitaph as a threat against Kanon.
この碑文の儀式を成し遂げるには第二の晩に寄り添う二人を生贄に捧げねばならぬ。寄り添う二人は誰でもよい。夫婦でもよいし、恋人同士でもよい。誰を選ぶかは儀式のルールにのっとり、わらわが気まぐれに決めてよいことになっている。今のシャノンならこれほどふさわしい第二の晩の生贄もないとは思わぬか。
Kanon realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Kanon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Kanon, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate, for no reason other than it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Kanon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though, he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her. He had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Kanon! Don't! Kanon!
お前のような玩具を一度屈服させてみたかった。
Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Kanon and laughed indecently. That's right, she'd predicted Kanon's submission even before he made that decision himself. Kanon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. Don't kiss the feet. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see, don't kiss the fucking feet. Don't do it. I just turned it off again. Was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Kanon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe. You bitch, Kanon! I don't like you, you're bottom of the list! I don't know where that pen went. is a full cam moment. I gotta find this fucking pen. Oh, it's under my damn couch. Inspection complete. It's not broken. Canon. Don't do that shit. Well, now that I have webcam on, this figure right here was the gun that got thrown at me. If you can even hear me. So that's how you know. It went that way. There you go. Reveal. Oh. Oh, shit. Nondescript beverage. Alright. Back to the live scene. Beatrice let a look of course. Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face and laughed with a voice filled to bursting. I know exactly what face she put on, and I'm not even going to describe it, because I don't really want to describe it, but it will be in the video. Guarantee it. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Badler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Alright, second half. You don't understand what I just saw. Second half. I just saw Beatrice. Do you understand that, Badler? Second half? You realize what we gotta do now? You're too tired to probably even care anyway at the moment.
おや、大きなあくびだね。朝がずいぶん早かったんじゃないのかい？
ま、そんなとこだよ。緊張が解けて、雨の音を聞いてるうちに眠くなってきちまった。
緊張あんだけ態度でかそうにしてて緊張なんてしてたのかよ。
一応俺なりにはな。
Badler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be.
おやおや。食事の後にすぐ横になるとサバになると申しますよ。
Huh? Where the fuck does the mackerel come in?
冗談よせやい。ゴーダさん、今夜は子牛のステーキだって言ってたぜ。サバのステーキになっちまう。
熊荘さん、こいつ本当に眠いらしい。毛布を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
さあ、どうぞ。
Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Badler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle.
本当に眠かったんだね。何時かに起きる？起こしてあげるよ。
いや、特に希望は。なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし、なんにもねえんならずっと眠らせてくれりゃいいって。
Don't say that. You're my second half. You die, I die.
バトラー寝ちゃうの？お昼寝？
Yeah, nap time? Yeah, nap time. Let's go, Maria. Nap time.
バトラーは眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。熊沢さん、もう一枚毛布をもらえるかな？
It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Badler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV.
せっかく6年ぶりにいとこがみんな揃ったってのによ。こいつ、今回の親族会議の主賓だって自覚全然ねえな。
聞こえてるぞ。のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。何もすることがねえってことは、つまり俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
それはどうかな。何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は。
Wait, was that a little fourth wall break?
違うぜ、そういう意味じゃない。なんつうのかな。こういう時俺はこう思うことにしてる。出番じゃねえんだよ。こいつがお芝居だったならさ、俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。
いや、Badler。
だったら舞台袖でおとなしくしてるに限るってわけさ。
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ。そんな脇役根性でどうすんだよ。自分から進んで舞台に上がる。
Because right now, we are.
そういう意味じゃねえ。今は俺の出番じゃねえ。
Yeah, it's not his turn yet. So that means I'll just have time to talk to him later about what I saw.
勘弁してくれ。
むにゃむにゃ。
確かに眠くてなんだか尻滅裂なことを言ってるね。もうそっとしてあげようよ。
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だよ。ちょっとそのあたり本格的にバトラーと議論したいけどな。
Get the fuck out of here.
寝ぼけてるだけだよ。深く考えちゃダメさ。
なんかさ、自分は主役になれないから舞台に上がりたくないみたいな根性、なぜだかすっげえうぜえって思ってる。
Hold on a second. With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, a pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. No. No! No! My theory! Alright. A part of my theory has been disproved by me just now. Those windows and those doors, they don't lead outside. They lead to another fucking hallway that has a wall. There's other windows right there that the rain is not passing in front of. So that means the rain is even further out. So it doesn't lead to the courtyard. They could have still left the door unlocked. But fuck, that really does put a damper in that one theory. And I gotta throw up a Scooby snack. I gotta revert. Alright, it's out now.
まだ君の出番じゃなかったってことなのかい。じゃあいつ君は舞台に上がるんだよ。
In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Oh yeah, Fishy and Roma!
ちゃくちゃじゃねえか。
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18人だの19人だのという理論が
I always believed there were 19
滑稽
people.
だったのでな。
I didn't hit anything. What the fuck? I didn't touch anything. I'm not doing this shit. I didn't fucking touch a button. I actively didn't touch a button. I was literally sitting here doing this, going, like, playing a fucking shitty flute, and then this shit pops up. I'm about to find a fucking Bible in a minute. You know, I'm gonna find one right now. I'm leaving this camera on. Anything fucking moves, you need to clip that shit. Alright? I'm grabbing a Bible. This is some fucked up shit. Alright, I couldn't find a Bible, but there is one right here. So, if anything, I can just run over, Power of Christ, you know, say all that. I swear I didn't hit this H. We're gonna go back to the live scene and just zoop past it. I always believed that there was a 19th person.
差し手を変えてみたまでよ。そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は、単にわらわが駒としてゲーム版に並ばなかったからというだけ。
Well, I could still deny you specifically.
クイーンを先に指せばいいだけの話ではないか。初手にてクイーンに道を開けるはチェスの王道ではないか。
ふざけやがって。こんなの認められるわけねえじゃねえかよ。魔女が歩いて玄関からやってきただと。ふざけるじゃね
え。なんだなんだ。前回のゲームではそなたに散々自由に手を進めさせたぞ。こたびはわらわがそなたの手に合わせて駒を動かしたに過ぎん。
I haven't moved yet.
もう降参か。
くそったれ。ふざけるな。 ってんだ。上等な差し手だぜ。好きに進めればいいじゃねえか。なるほどな。まだまだお前の手番は終わってないってわけだ。好きに手を進めりゃいい。今のうちに十分な陣形を築いとけ。俺が必ずしのぐ。必ず詰める。言い訳なんてされたくねえ。存分に来やがれってんだ。まだまだこの程度じゃ魔女なんて認められるわけがねえぞ。
That's true. I haven't broke yet.
さっきマリアのお菓子を魔法で直したように見えたが、実は同じお菓子をもう一つ懐に忍ばせていて、
Exactly like I said, good old switcheroo.
あたかも魔法で直したみたいに見せただけかもしれない。ああ、そうさ、そうに決まってる。ダメだぜ、全然ダメだぜ。
ほほう、ローザは歌詞が蝶に散る瞬間を見たぞ。
Yeah, but you think I'm gonna believe about that shit?
そんなのは幻覚か手品か。さもなきゃ見間違いだ。
Like that butterfly bullshit's just hallucinating. Like it's just butterflies.
説明のつかぬ部分はさまつ
It is. That's not magic.
それがそなたの受け手であるな。墓穴を掘ったぞ。
I didn't make a move. You understand? I'm not in control. We're just speculating, ma'am. Exactly.
もうしばらくわらわの手番を進めさせてもらう。まだまだこれからだぞ、魔女の手番は。
Okay, no, fuck this. I just saw something. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm getting a little freaked out now. When they started hearing Badler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Badler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain.
そんな人間には一度も会ったことはないぜ、兄貴は。
会ったことなんてないわ。キリエさん、本当なの？
私もちょっと玄関ホールに出た時に挨拶をしただけです。
Great, now everyone's gonna know that she's here.
私は名乗ったんだけど、彼女は名乗らなかった。源氏さんに案内されて2階へ登っていくのを見たの。
なら源氏さんを見つけて直接話を聞いた方が早いやろ。しかし妙な雲行きになってきよったな。
The mystery woman had spoken to Kyrie. Without naming herself, she'd sneered that Kyrie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait. But that's not the portrait. Is it now the portrait? What the fuck is the portrait now? I'm seeing two different ones.
そいつは自分が肖像画の魔女様だとそう言いたいってんかよ。
私はそういう意味で笑ったんだろうと理解したわ。私とは初対面でも、私があなたの5歳だと知っているような口ぶりだった。
姉貴、本当にそんな奴は知らないんだね。
くどいわよ。
You talk too much. You never shut up. I said you talk too much. Oh boy, you never shut up.
そんなことはどうでもええで。問題はその女が自分はベアトリーチェだと名乗り、お父さんの財産管理人を名乗った場合の方や。
あるいは愛人の娘を自称して遺産の分配を要求するつもりかしら。いずれに
Again, she's after the gold.
でもないジョーカーが紛れ込んだものね。兄さんが呼んだの？それともお父様が？
まずいな。俺たちは兄貴をうまく言いくるめりゃなんとかできるものと思ってきた。 じゃ話が振り出しに戻っちまう。
あなたが私の知らないところでどんな策謀を巡らしてたのか知らないけれど、どうも少しは対策を立てる時間を得られたみたいね。
ああ、その金髪姉ちゃんが晩飯の席で突然現れて俺らの度肝を抜くのに比べたら、今からわずかの時間でも対策を協議できる方がマシだ。
何しに現れたか分からへん以上、撃てる対策も限られとるで。向こうの狙いは何なんや。
決まってるでしょ。お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。お父様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。その娘がいたなら全財産を譲りたいと言い出すはずだわ。妙な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。そりゃ裁判沙汰にすれば半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど、多分決着するまで遺産分割はできなくなるわよ。それは困る。私もルドルフも、もちろんローザもね。
俺たちはそれぞれの都合で早急にまとまった金がいる。
That I know.
俺たち最大のウィークポイントってわけだ。なら狙いは何だ、キリエ。読めるか？
初耳なんだけれど、私たちには急ぎまとまったお金が必要だという前提があるのね。
キリエさん、男の商売には攻めの時にこそ軍資金がいるようになることもあるんや。それを分かってえな。
なーにルドルフ、キリエさんには話してなかったの？
すまん、隠してたわけじゃないんだ。実はちょいとした。
いいわ。あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから、それをこの場では追求しない。それより急務は黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ？
ああ、俺たちの話を整理した上で敵の打ってくる手が見えるか。
Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kyrie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling, but every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kyrie's advice. For a while, Kyrie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. Instant transmission?
彼女が訪れることが伏せられていた以上、彼女は私たちに何らかのサプライズを与える目的があった。それが財産なのか、親族としての認知なのかは分かりかねるわ。でも今日の今日まで訪れることを伏せていたということは、事前に知らせることで対応を打たれたくなかったと言えるかもしれない。ということは、彼女の目的は対応を打たれると不利になるものらしい。わかる？
なるほどな。例えば親父が以前に書かせた遺言状そのものだとか、血縁の認知とそれを証明できるものだとか、そういうものを持ってきたと仮定して、それが揺るぎないもので盤石な証拠だというなら、むしろそれは予告するはずだろうよ。
そうね。むしろ疑う立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせて、グーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。それができるならね。
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で、敵は真正面からの正攻法では勝てんちゅうことを意味するわけやな。道理や。絶対勝てる切り札は堂々と切るに限るで。回りくどい切り方はむしろ切り札を曇らせるもんや。
結論から言うと、皆さんがご就寝の遺産問題に直接もしくは間接的に絡む相当のサプライズが突きつけられると。
And that'll be revealed by Rosa at dinner time, so everyone's gonna assume Rosa's in on it, when she's not, when she just got handed the letter to her.
その何かは相当のインパクトを伴いながらも絶対ではない。
つまりそこがこちらのつけ込む余地というわけね。
あんたはほんま頭の切れるお人や。これだけでも分かればだいぶ心強いで。つまり相手のペースに飲み込まれるなっちゅうことやな。
結局のところ非常にシンプルな結論よ。相手が何を切り出そうとも焦らず冷静に対応する。交渉術の初歩の初歩じゃない。これじゃあ相手の思考を読めたとはとても言えないわ。
いいや、相変わらずなかなかのもんだぜ。こちらに攻める余地があると分かれば余裕も変わってくるってもんだ。
わからないのは彼女とクラウス兄さんの関係ね。クラウス兄さんにとってもサプライズなのか、それとも彼女を呼んだのは他でもないクラウス兄さん自身なのか。もし後者だったなら随分と厄介なことになるかもしれないわよ。
そうね。謎の女を親族会議の当日にこっそり呼びつける。いやらしいセンスがどことなく兄さんっぽい感じもする。
姉貴、こうしよう。女の正体がはっきりと証明できない限り、俺らはその女のいかなる身分も認めない。
それが最善ね。現に桐江さんに対して名乗ってすらいない。正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会議がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで。お父さんの血が流れてることが例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
証明物なんかいくらでも偽装を疑える。仮にそれが本物だったとしても、当人が本人だと証明するには病院沙汰にしなきゃならん。少なくとも
We just need to prove that you are not a witch, essentially. That's what I care about. I don't care about all this family member drama. Beatrice is not a witch, and I shall confirm that.
台風が去ってしかるべき場所で証明してみせるまで何も信じられないってことよ。
そういうので上げ足を取りまくるのは姉貴の得意技だね。任せるぜ。
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。あんたも協力するのよ。私たちにはお金がいる。それも急ぎまとまった額が。私たちは運命共同体よ。こんなところでひょっこり現れた謎の女に遺産の当てをぶち壊されてたまるもんですか。
Rudolph and Ava always formed a united front of siblings at times like this. Sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider, Kyrie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Ava said a second ago kept repeating in Kyrie's head. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now in Rakajima, it can't be accepted as truth. There is an odd nuance to those words. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean that right now in this Rakajima, no truth exists at all? Does this mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Kyrie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch in the portrait. On this island, which had been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being had come to visit. Kyrie couldn't think of the smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise, one that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I base my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. And I know where. Well, not exactly, but I could get there.
マリア、今日のお昼にお外で私たち会ったわよね。女の人に。あれは誰？
おお、何度も言ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
おお、毎年会ってる。
毎年？この六軒島のお屋敷で？
おお。
じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？いつから会ってるの？何年前から？
わかんない。
わからない？どうして？去年？一昨年？
もっと前から。
Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiromiya family mansion existed on this island, so there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet Maria said she'd been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the Rose Garden as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared?
マリア、あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。会って何をしてるの？
お歌を歌ったり、魔法を習ったり、魔法陣の書き方も習うの。
そう。それはすごいわね。マリアがよく自由帳に落書きじゃない、魔法陣を書いたりしてるわよね。それも彼女に教えてもらったの？
ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。ほらほら、見て見て。
Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were cult-like things, and while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. You son of a bitch! You Stop! You're giving me flashbacks? Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rakinjima that she herself had known existed until now, and this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria.
マリア、その魔女のベアトリーチェはここに住んでいるの？それとも私たちのように島の外に住んでいるの？
ベアトリーチェは六軒島の魔女だからこの島に住んでる。
じゃあ親族会議のない日にこの島にいるというのね。じゃわからないでしょ。どうなの？
What in the? I can't believe it, I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island passing the time in the mansion, in the Rose Garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that, right? I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear from those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiro-Miya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. And its red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo held, which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiro-Miya family head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it? And why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean this person wants, not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance while he's still alive, but this is no time to spout off cheap ideals, and I've even colluded with Rudolph Nissan and Ava Nason in order to get some money out of Cross Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Should I read it secretly myself first? The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why'd she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. Understand that'd mean breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Ava Nason and Rudolph Nissan too. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I gulped and put my hand to the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small scream. And Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine. She's in witch mode. She's going witch. Oh, you starting to feel bad now that you're a bad mother. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch.
リーチェとお話をしたいんだけど、どうすれば会えるのかしら。
知らない。ベアトリーチェはとても気まぐれだから、いつも突然姿を現すの。マリアからは会う方法を知らない。
The simple answer is probably just want to watch her
だからマリアが
or
困っていると
meet her.
後できっと助けてくれるの。きっとね、姿を消してマリアの近くに隠れてるんだよ。
Ah, so here's your answer. Start beating your child. Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. The new time, 6 p.m., I'm assuming. Furniture and people.
マリア、戻ってこねえな。
Damn, it's almost been 30 fucking hours of me playing this shit. I'm saving it here. Because I need to stretch. And I'm thinking this probably be the best time for me to leave this. So, I'll be back again with Umineko eventually. This is probably the best area to leave this off of. We just finished a chapter, or at least something. And I'd rather not continue on and not finish a chapter in like 5 minutes, because I want to stop at 1:30 tonight. So that was a fun little stream. I got Beatrice kicking my ass in some theories. She's being a bitch, like always. I don't know what the hell. I don't know how to explain certain things. I may not have Scooby snacks next time because I'm probably gonna eat all these eventually over the week. I'll still try and wear the shirt though. Yeah, this is alright, good to know. We're gonna have some good shit. But yeah, this is probably the best place to leave off because it's right on a chapter. And I know for a fact, in an hour, I'm probably not even gonna get through the next chapter. I'm probably gonna do stupid shit, so I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it here. We're gonna be done. All my shit is in the description on Twitch. This is for the Twitch people. I don't do an outro on YouTube anymore. I feel like if you're gonna like, subscribe, do all that shit, you're gonna do it anyway. So there's no reason for me to say it. But yeah, all my social medias and YouTube channels in my Twitch description. Donate whenever you want to donate. If you choose to donate, I don't really care. I'm not really doing this for money type of streamer. I'm doing it because I want to do it streamer. With that being said, I'm gonna head out. Stay golden, pony boys. For tonight, fine. It'll be an MLP reference, but only for one night. I'm out.